How's it going, everybody? This is going to be some exciting stuff. Welcome to Let's Play Scrabble. Welcome to the first of 5 days of coverage from Albany, New York. And today we are super excited to bring you a best of 7 between Africa's finest, Wellington Jighere 2017 Scrabble World Champion, and North America's Will Anderson, who owns perhaps the most influential social media handle for anything related to Scrabble, and is one of the top players in North America on his own accord. Both of these gentlemen opting to sit out of the early bird tournament that's going on right now in Albany for this opportunity instead to play a smackdown. $250 US will go to the winner of the best of 7. But I think all of us at home aren't worried so much about the money. We just want to see some excellent high-level Scrabble from these two folks. I know we got a lot of supporters of both of these gentlemen in the chat. Let's hear it. Who are you rooting for, everybody? I know we got a big contingent from Africa rooting on Wellington, and a big contingent from YouTube rooting for their favorite YouTuber, Will Anderson. This is going to be some exciting stuff. And both of these guys, I cannot emphasize enough, are stellar players. Buckle up. This is going to be fun. While we're here, go ahead and hit that thumbs up button, the like button on this video. The more momentum we can build on this stream, maybe the more people stumble into it, the more people we get watching Scrabble over this holiday weekend. And if you're unfamiliar with this channel, Let's Play Scrabble is where you want to go to find all things competitive Scrabble, many tournament streams, old videos of tight games condensed into tight VOD form for those who have a little bit less time, all sorts of different stuff in between. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, there's tons of Scrabble here all the time. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button on this video. Let's get competitive Scrabble out there on the internet. And we are waiting for our co-commentator to get situated, but we will have Scrabble in just a short moment. Josh Sokol Rubenstein, for those who don't know him, North American champion. He'll be joining me on the headset for the majority of this, but having some shuttle-related difficulties in the interim, we're going to bring on Charles Ranke, who will put on the headset and guide us through Game 1. Don't want to put Matt Canik solo on commentary, especially not in CSW, and especially not when the players we're watching are this incredible. I need some help, because these guys are awesome. Chat, I'm looking to you as well. Give me some help. And yes, this is Dogcam. This is my younger husky Soren. Dogcam will be live all weekend. So 5 days of Scrabble right here on Let's Play Scrabble. Today, the best of 7 between Will and Wellington, and 4 days of the main event. If you haven't looked at the field for that main event yet, do that. Hop on cross-tables.com. Look at that CSW field. Josh Sokol is the 10th seed. And that's astounding to me. I mean, it is just beast after beast after beast. It's going to be an incredible weekend. Some of the highest level Scrabble you'll see outside of a world championship. And we're so excited to have the extra wild card Wellington here on U.S. soil, looking to stand up that 2,400 rating that he has. I'm getting word that Charles is just about set. The players are situated and ready to go. We will bring you Scrabble just as fast as we can. But in the interim, I'm just trying to fill some time, I suppose. This tournament is a NASPA-rated tournament, and while we're talking about NASPA and upcoming tournaments, I do want to go ahead and make a plug. The NASPA Championship, the North American Championship, will be held in South Bend, Indiana, and the last day to sign up is today. So if you're on the fence at all about playing in the biggest North American Scrabble tournament of the year, today's probably the day you want to make that decision. So hop on cross-tables.com or just Google South Bend Scrabble Tournament. I'm sure you'll find it. But today is the last day to register for the SPC in South Bend. If you were on the fence, don't be anymore. All right. I've got confirmation that Charles is here, so let's bring him in. Hey, Charles, thank you for hopping on the stream. Say hello to everybody.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Matt. Hello, internet viewers at large. Hopefully, my microphone is working. This is kind of a last minute thing, but I'm happy to join in while Josh is, I think, trapped on a bus somewhere, trying desperately to get to the playing area.
Well, we are excited to have you, and we are even more excited to have Will and Wellington. Let's cut over and give a preview, although I think neither of these gentlemen needs any introduction. Once again, Will Anderson of the YouTube channel that just hit 40,000 subscribers, bringing us the best of high-level Scrabble competition. He will be facing off against 2017 World Scrabble Champion Wellington Jighere. This is going to be so awesome. Charles, what are your thoughts before we get play started here?
My only thought is the level of the quality of play we're going to see superhuman, or is it going to be superhuman? These two are definitely some of the best in the world, and we expect nothing but great Scrabble from both of them.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. All right, no more suspense. Let's go. Let's play Scrabble.com. We'll get those rack cams updated in just a moment, but will be sitting on the left, Wellington to be sitting on the right. And it looks like, I don't know how this was chosen, but Will looks like going to be playing first in the first game, and his clock has been started. You'll see we're playing 20 minutes aside, not 25 in this event. It's just to keep the pace of play a little bit brisker. And I'm hearing from production, they drew tiles. That's how we determined who would go first, and Will won that. So AEIILOP, 5 vowels on the first rec for Will. Not what you're looking for, but there are plays out of here. There's the 6-letter LEIPOA, the 5-letter PAOLI, or perhaps smaller vowel dumps are exchanging. Charles, what would you be looking to do out of this situation?
It's definitely not a rack I would be fishing with. There's no combination of letters there that would be worth sacrificing points for. So I would be looking to play long here. I do like Will's play of Paoli. It achieves what you want, doubles the P, doesn't put vowels next to the double letter scores. That's about all you can hope for with sort of weird letters like that at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, that's all you can hope for, is just try to get out of it as quick as possible and try not to give away any blue squares to your opponents, and Will's done just that. Opposite problem on Wellington's rack, DFLNOVW, and he'll look to shed some of these clunky consonants. It seems like the strongest way to do that is the 4-letter DOWF, DOWF, beneath Paoli with 3 overlaps. Perhaps playing Wolf as a shout out to my Huskies, or Onflow through the O in Paoli, another option if you're looking to get rid of more vowels. But I think DOWF is just so standard here, and Wellington's not going to waste any more of his 20-minute clock on this. Charles, what do you think? Stamp of approval?
Yeah, stamp of approval for me. I think it's another situation where there's no combination of letters on that rack worth fishing with. So you just take the points and the best possible leave that you can, and DOWF does both those things.
And Will now with a quick response. Chi, QI, or QAT, both now playing beneath DOWF. If you will, you've got to shed that Q. And he's opting to keep the more bingo-prone AEERT, leaving 6 points on the table over EEIR, trying to dodge vowel treble. And a quick Quackle simulation says Will's gut is correct. QI for 34, about 4 points ahead of QAT, despite scoring less. And Wellington unable to shed the consonants from last turn, ALNSTTV. He's wasting no time before he puts down Vant, clearing away his best equity play. But it makes it very easy for Will to stack beneath this play. And Wellington, you can see some trepidation before making this play, but nothing else jumps out to him, and he's got to bite the bullet and play Vant here for 21 points. That'll put him down 48-51, and into Will's bingo-prone rack, AEERT, he's found a blank and looks to threaten a large score here. Playable bingos available for Will on this turn, although Wellington's going to dodge the big underlap that could be a devastating play. Highest scoring bingo for Will. I'll go ahead and spoil it, and I'll be doing that frequently, so mute me if you don't like that. Is just 66 points. The 7-letter Etagere, Etagere. Charles, what do you think about that? How long do you think we see Will spend here looking for a better overlap before pulling the trigger on the 66 pointer?
It's definitely worth spending some time on this turn, I think, if you're Will, because the blank does make things complicated. Over here in the commentary booth, we've got the benefit of knowing exactly what bingos are available and where they're available. Will doesn't have that. He's maybe one of the closest humans in the world to having that, but he still has to do all the thinking himself. And the spot underneath div is going to be by far the highest scoring spot on the board if he has a bingo there. It would be kind of devastating to miss a playable bingo there, so he will probably take his time. Even with the shorter 20-minute clock, I suspect he'll take a little bit of time to figure this one out.
Yeah, these are some of the tough situations, those blank bingos, getting a rack that looks incredibly bingo prone like this. You know there are options, but is there one that fits? You've got to go through the whole alphabet, letter by letter. If the blank's an A, if it's a B, if it's a C, and find every bingo there, and then see if it fits underneath Vant. Again, we know that there's nothing because we have engines to do this, but Will's got to spend some time. And once you're under the microscope, once you're being dissected in front of a live audience like this, that adds an extra level of psychology that's tough. Will would hate to botch this turn in front of the fandom that he's built, but there's nothing to botch here. There is not the big stellar play he's looking for underneath this. So we'll see him take a little bit more time. Neither of these players are known as slow players who need that 25 minutes every game. But on a 20-minute game, every second you spend here is a second that you won't have in an in-game situation if it comes to that. So time is ticking away. Will, you see him rubbing his forehead. I'd be doing the same. I think I might spend 7 minutes, have a meltdown, and then retire from Scrabble before I'm actually able to work out of this rack. But that's why I'm in the commentary booth. It's a lot easier up here, lower stress, and I prefer it. Still no play for Will. See, he's spent almost 3 minutes now on this turn, and he's got to step on the gas pretty quickly. Charles, do you see any bingos for Wellington? I'm not quite versed enough in Collins, but are there floaters that he can hit with? I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything off the top of my head. I've probably, like you, Matt, I've got my trusty Ziziva ready to go, looking up racks as the game continues. And yeah, it doesn't appear that Wellington could get anything out of Will's letters that would let him bingo. Will did have the word arete set up, A-R-E-T-E. Looked like he was thinking about playing that under div making dive. But I think that wasn't quite enough points to make it worth it. And we see him just going for a bingo.
Yeah, so he's opting to play Itari here. Same score as Etagere, although perhaps gives up more opportunities for big counter plays. And yeah, arete looks to be a decent option in a vacuum. But you got to play the bingo here. It just doesn't quite score enough to justify anything else. So Eatery, the play for Will. Wellington once again wasting absolutely no time and grabbing his top equity play of Pled. The nice Deposal plays through the disconnected P, O, and A. I'm not sure if he saw that and opted out of it, but Pled, I think the strongest equity play and something reasonable here. And back to Will now, who looks like his post-bingo draw is not ideal, but that I is going to save him. DGIMNNX, the pull for him. And he is ahead by 38 in this first game of our best of 7. So that X is going to give him some big scores. Mix, MIX, beneath Eatery is 49 points. You'd like maybe to undouble some of those N's or get rid of more consonants here. You'd like to play Minx instead of Mix, but 49 points I think is just way more than any other option. That second highest scoring option for him is Nix in the same spot for 41. I think you just have to hold your nose, play Mix here, and hope you draw an I or some vowels to work out of this. What do you think, Charles?
Yeah, this seems pretty straightforward. One saving grace for this play for Will is he does hold the NG with an open I of Paoli. So bingos ending in ING are not impossible if he draws some vowels. That makes this leave a little bit more flexible than it otherwise would be. But yeah, the points are too much to ignore in this case. And it looks like he did draw a bingo through the eye, so exactly as we speculated. The leave maybe not quite as dire as it seemed at first glance.
Yeah, there are actually two available eyes. The blank and eatery also there, so NG synergizes very well for Will, assuming he finds some synergy to go with it, and he has a number of available bingos through either of the eyes now for Will, as Wellington faces yet another tough turn. Wellington yet to see a rack with more than one vowel on it until this turn, and when your vowels are A and U, like there's still not a lot of flexibility out of that rack. He's yet to have a good rack or a good turn. He needs to get that turned around and find some better tiles in the tile bag quickly, as Will is about to surge ahead in this game. This is going to be a tough turn for Wellington for a number of reasons. Dust sits on top of Eatery with 4 overlaps. He's got it set up there. Dex, UR, SI, and TE. It does set up a back S, although the back S hook is already sitting there on Eatery. But there's a number of other options that are pretty similar to this in equity. SUTTA plays in the same spot. ADS plays beneath pled, making dived. So there's a lot of other options here, but Wellington, again, grabbing what looks to be the top equity play by a few points, and again, playing quickly, saving that clock, just trying to stay alive in this game until he finds some better tiles. Charles, any issues with Dust here, or do you think, once again, we hop on equity, we set up that S, and we just hope we find something else?
Yeah, I do like that it retains an S hook on the board. That's kind of crucial when you're trying to bingo with an S. I'd say one of the big downsides of Dust is it blocks the E of Eatery, which would be really nice to bingo through when you've got letters like AST. There's not other open E's on the board. And if you don't draw one yourself, Wellington's kind of having bad luck drawing the E's this game. Those E's really unlock bingo possibilities that you don't have otherwise. But otherwise, a perfectly fine play from Wellington.
Yeah, you hate to obstruct the E, but it just seems like the strongest option. I think Wellington 4 for 4 on doing the right thing on his moves and just needs to find some better stuff in the tile bag. Will with 2 playable bingos after the stronger bingo line was blocked, but he'll still have widening or its anagram in doing through the floating eye and paoli. It'll be 64 points for either play, and will not miss these bingos. So I think he's making sure there aren't higher scoring options, but on a board this tight, it really doesn't seem like there's anything else to think about here. The fact that Will hasn't played yet makes me very scared. What do you think he's thinking about?
He must just be debating the minutiae of letter placement between the 2 bingos, like trying to figure out which one is worse from a double-double perspective, from a vowels next to the double letter perspective. I guess that must be his thinking here, but he doesn't have infinite time, as we've been saying. He needs to pick one and just go for it, probably.
He's still got 12 minutes left, but yeah, I think just the minutia of in-doing versus widening is so small that you should just play one as opposed to leave 45 seconds on the clock and make sure you've optimized this likely inconsequential decision, especially since both put a D in the double-double line. I think it doesn't matter that much. But widening now the play for Will, 64 points, and Wellington, for the first time this game, has a good rack. AEOSSTV, there is a 7-letter bingo available to him, and despite those additional floaters, the 7-letter bingo is the only one that fits on the board. It's been spoiled in chat already, but that bingo is AVOSETS, AVOSETS, and just plays in the one spot, backhooking Dust to make Dusts for 68 points. So a bingo for Will and a bango expected from Wellington. And we've got a game underway. Currently, the score 233 for Will, 109 for Wellington, but after the bingo, 233 to 177. And Will, wow, he found all 5 vowels, A, E, I, O, U, and yet with that blank pickup, that's going to work just fine for him. He's actually going to bingo next turn despite picking up all 5 of those vowels.
I see a good point made in chat here. The widening takes an RE in front of it, re-widening. But putting the W out in space maybe a little bit less likely as a floater for bingos. So Will might have just been thinking, like, how badly do I want to avoid some sort of rewidening play from Wellington versus doing what seems to be the otherwise preferable bingo placement. So nice thoughts in chat.
This is interesting. I think Wellington's just blundered here and left Avo sets on the table. SOV, and he's hit his clock. So the bingo missed for Wellington. I don't think this was a strategic pass up. AEST is a great leave, sure, but it is not 34 points strong. I think Wellington's just missed Avo sets here. And back to Will now, AEINOU blank for him. His highest scoring play was actually just blocked. He had Moineau, MOINEAU, making AMU. And that was taken away by Sav, but he will still have playable bingos. 2 of them. One plays from the D in widening, one plays through the D in widening. Both of them are going to score 66 points, and these are bread and butter for Will, high probability bingos. He won't miss these. Here it comes. U Damon, the better bingo, the more defensive of the 2 options for Will, and picking up some of that time that he left on the table on previous turns. He's wasting none of it here. U Damon, when he got 5 vowels, he'd love to score this many points, and that's what he does. So the bingo miss for Wellington, and then the bingo response from Will. This one looks to be getting out of hand quickly. Will pulls ahead 299 to 143, and Wellington will not be bingoing this turn. AEEIKST. We're getting to crunch time, Charles. Do you think Wellington needs to try to open up the bottom of the board and play something like TIKE? Or do you think he needs to continue playing and just trying to score points, maybe peak PEAK for 30, holding EIST? Do you think he needs to make an aggressive opening play, KIAE, on top of U Damon for 32? How do you think Wellington gets back into this game here?
Yeah, all those plays you mentioned, I think I kind of like all of them. Something like peak from the P of pled, it feels like the conventional play. But maybe Wellington doesn't need the conventional play here. Wellington needs to get a bit more creative, maybe try to do some kind of S setup for himself. It's hard to say because his S hook on dust is now obscured. It's harder to bingo on this board than it was just 2 turns ago. So doing something like peak, you don't even necessarily bingo all that often next turn. I can't give you a percentage, but it doesn't feel very high. So something more board opening seems called for in Wellington's situation. Down by, I would say, 2, maybe even 3 bingos at this point. He needs to keep the board open.
One of the strengths of Will's games, one thing I see him do more than other folks, is he will make sacrifices earlier than most folks to try to start shutting down the board and limit the opportunities for his opponent. Wellington's got to know this, and Wellington's got to make sure that this board contains the life to get back in. One factor to point out as well, this is a best of 7 between 2 players. There is no point differential unless a tie occurs, so you play to win the game. You don't care if you lose by 300, you play to win the game. And I think because of the format here, a play like KIAE and KO above U Damon, while it throws an E in a triple-triple, that might be the level of aggression you need to have here if you're Will, or if you're Wellington, rather. He's going to do something similar. So he's going to play Kurta down here, and that's awesome. Yeah, wow, that is a heads-up play from Wellington. Not something we considered, but he's setting this back S up. And while he's leaving equity on the table, EEIS is not the strongest leave. At this juncture, I think you just have to hope you draw a bingo here. You need to score a lot of points. You need to set up a line to score 100. This is awesome from Wellington. A very non-conventional play, but one, given the game situation and everything else, one I think is incredible. What do you think about that, Charles?
Yeah, that one caught me off guard, but we know Wellington is a very creative player, very skilled player. He's not missing anything. He knows exactly where he stands in this game. And a play like Kurta does give him a little bit more life than some of the other options we were thinking, like K opening desperation triple triple when you're playing somebody like Will. That's never going to work. Something like this will often work as long as Will doesn't have an S, and we see that Will does not. So looks to be a very good play from Wellington.
Yeah, so Will has set up Ignify in this spot, and that looks to be, clearly the best equity play. The problem is Ignify has not one, not two, but three front hooks that could allow a major counter from Wellington, 60 or 70 points. Ignify takes a front D, a front S, and a front L. So Will looks like he's going to hold back and try to obstruct this setup on the bottom. He's going to leave a lot of equity on the table as well. And I think, once again, this is a great decision. And look at how that sets up his F underneath. This is awesome. We've seen both players now make very non-standard plays from an equity perspective that are very awesome plays as soon as you look at them. And this is incredible stuff. What do you think about Yagi there, Charles?
Yeah, that is a really good play. It's tempting when you see a setup like that with Kurta. Wellington has an S. You don't have an S. You sort of get down on yourself a little bit and say, well, there's no way I can do anything about that, so I'll just make the equity play. I'll make the highest scoring play. But Will finds he needed really the Y to make that play happen. He had the board vision necessary to see that he had a pretty good way to disrupt that spot. He doesn't really care that he's giving up that triple lane. That's not his concern at the moment. The concern was just taking care of that Curtis spot, and Yagai did that beautifully.
This is a huge turn for Wellington. He has one option that is so much better than every other play. And I think as soon as he sees it, he's going to make that play. The problem is he needs to see it. And it's a word we referenced earlier and said might come up. That is re-widening. You can just drop RE, open up the entire top part of the board, set a central R that you can bingo to or from for 1,000,000 points, and score 45. He has to make this play, or I think he's essentially sunk in game one here. He has just pulled RE to the front of his rec. Do you think he sees it?
Yeah, I think that the way he's got his letters set up might be trying to tell us something. Otherwise, he would, unless he's got another plan for RE, which I don't see on this board. That's certainly a very good play for Wellington. He's probably, again, going to take some time, make sure he's not missing bingos through the O or the N of Damon. But determining that there aren't any, or at least that he doesn't see any, re-widening should come down pretty quickly.
He's got to take his time here. There are a number of different kind of sneaky bingo lines on the board: floating N's, floating O's, floating M's. But he's also Wellington. He's superhuman in his ability to anagram and find words. I don't think we're seeing him look for bingos here. I think he's just looking for the most compelling way to get this board open. But re-widening is an insta play if you see it, and it's just tough to spot. It's tough to think about with a number of other factors going on. Especially given the hook that you just tried to set up. That was thwarted by Will so effectively. Oh, big turn for Wellington. We've already seen him miss Avo sets here, and this could be another opportunity left on the table for him. This is not the caliber of play I've seen from Wellington. He is incredible on top of his game, and I think what we might be seeing is just a smidge of jet lag. I want to say he arrived either this morning or late last night, flying backwards several time zones from Nigeria. But re-widening, I think, the only way for him to stay alive in game one of this best of 7.
Yeah, he's still thinking about it. He's got Slee set up, or like maybe he's got Rig set up. Maybe he's thinking Prig. That's a decent play, but it doesn't really achieve what he wants on this board. The G for 8-letter words is not great. It's kind of just kicking the can down the road. At this point, just kicking the can is going to lose him the game. So I would consider that another miss from Wellington.
Yeah, and Wellington, I think, took so long there because the letter he puts on that triple word is so important. That's the letter he's going to be gunning for crazy 8s from the rest of the game, and the G's not the one you want. Will wasting no time. His best counterplay cleared away as FUCI, the plural of fucus, and he plays that. That is a killer score, 48 more points. And Wellington picking up an L. That is not what he wanted. He did not want to double those up. Once again, one stellar option for him. Rewidening is still available, and aside from that, it's a bunch of nothing. No playable bingos. I don't see great ways to open the board, and I think it's scramble time at this point for Wellington. If you don't see rewidening here, then you just throw something open and lose. This one's gotten out of hand for him.
Yeah, this with all 1-point letters and no playable bingo, if you miss rewidening, your play is going to be very substandard, and Wellington probably can feel the walls closing in on him a little bit. He's not drawing bingo racks, but he's also not drawing scoring racks. That's the kind of the limbo that Scrabble players just hate to find themselves in, and he's right in the middle of it.
Yeah, I call this a one-pointer jail, where you've got all one-pointers, so there are no compelling options. I mean, if Wellington even had one tile that scored points, he could make a dumb play here or here. He could maybe stack something here or here. But because all of his tiles score 1 point, there's infinite options available on the board, and you can't hit a single one of them. Getting caught up in one-pointers is, I think, my least favorite part of anything to do with Scrabble. And it's just so frustrating, and these turns are so challenging. And so much of it comes down to, hey, am I going to draw a bingo next turn? I hope I do, because if not, I'm still stuck here. So this has just been frustrating to watch from Wellington's end. He hasn't had great racks, but has had a couple opportunities to sneak back into this game that he hasn't been able to pull the trigger on. I think LEAL coming right on top of you, Damon, open up a triple and just pray at this point that Will's got a terrible rack, but he's going to have enough to obstruct that line. And I think that's all but done in this one.
Yeah, that's a valiant effort. I think if somehow that stays open, he might be able to get a high scoring bingo. But even an average scoring triple is going to leave him down by a bingo sized score. So it's feeling pretty dire for Wellington right now. And here's a question for you, Matt. I actually don't know enough about this format to know the answer. Since spread is not a consideration here, are these players allowed to resign their games?
That's a great question. Let me check in with our producer. No, he's gotten back to us quick. Thank you, Josh. No resignation. So we're going to play these games to the end, although, again, spread extremely unlikely to matter. All right, Will has found his highest scoring block, not his highest scoring play. That's actually HEATH right here. But if you're Will in this situation, there is absolutely no way you ever leave the triple open. So Will's going to leave a few points on the table, play health, and set this one away, I think. Wellington, again, cannot bingo, but wasting no time. BAJREE, the play for him, and holds a nice RS leave. So he might have a little bit of wind left in him in this game, but I think it's going to be too little too late as long as Will finds anything balanced here. And he has a CEMOOR. He's going to have high scoring counters. He's actually got he's got two insane plays here. And he's got rewidening as his third play. So I'm just going to park that right there. He's got two awesome plays and rewidening. And I'm going to set this one for chat and put Charles on the spot here as well.
Well, now I have to do the quiz too, because I actually don't have Quackle running at the moment. That's our game analysis tool. I'm just like freewheeling this one. So I'm going to be playing along with you fine folks out there in chat, trying to figure out two plays for Will that are better than rewidening.
Yeah, Matthew Tunnicliffe in chat just got one. It is the extension of health to healthcare for 54, and that is not the best one. The best one's just a bingo that fits really nicely. That is co-enamor through the N and widening with 3 overlaps, CAW, OOF, and EL. So 2 insane options for Will. Let's see if he can hit a little flex on the stream before we call this one over with. Will, can you find one of these 2 awesome options, or are you going to be boring and play something like Coom on top?
Yeah, something like Ko and Hammer. I'm not even looking for bingo in that spot. The N, you can't go 8 spaces away from it. I'm considering that M basically dead, just you know, as a spot for bingos. So Ko and Hammer would be a really nice find, but healthcare would just be flashy, stylish, exactly the kind of high level play finding that we hope to see more of in these coming games.
And Will, this is an opportunity to land in a Will Anderson video. Can you pull the trigger? These are the moments your channel lives for. I mean, healthcare is actually not that awesome. It's just probably like a 9 out of 10 awesome. But Will's channel is saved for those 10 out of 10 moments.
Yeah, and unfortunately, playing something like healthcare in a blowout win where you would win even if you played a 5-point phony or something like that, it sort of takes away the narrative excitement. So probably would not end up on his channel, except as maybe an interesting side note.
So Will, gonna be boring, play Coom. I think that's what 99% of humans in this situation would do. But Ko and Hammer, sneaky, and healthcare would have been awesome. Wellington has finally pulled a bingo in this game. It plays from the G, and we just lamented that putting the G in that spot was not what he was looking to do. And yet now he's drawn a bingo from it. That bingo is Gestures, Gestures, and that is the only playable bingo for Wellington. I don't think he's seen it, though.
Yeah, I guess I don't know enough about Wellington's tendencies to know if he's often the player who sets up bingos for the benefit of the commentary and the viewers. In this case, he hadn't. He was being coy about it, but here we see the bingo coming down. So stemming the bleeding a little bit for Wellington, but it's not going to win him the game by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, perhaps Wellington opting to hold off on Gestures for just a second, thinking, if I can catch him with the Z and the Y and the B and draw a different out bingo, like is there any out or any path to victory? But with the deficit this large, it just wasn't quite there for him. And I think he does the right thing, just plays it and loses the game. So Will can do a number of things here, but he is ahead 438 to 336. And game one is going to go to the American. So again, chat, let's hype this up. If you're rooting for Team Will, let's show him some love for his game one victory. If you are rooting for Wellington, let's see some words of encouragement, because we know he could rip off 4 in a row and nobody would be surprised at all. But that is it for game one. Will's just going to find some in-game sequence, maybe Barony on top of you, Damon, or something like that, and win this one. Game two, I think, will come very shortly after game one, and then we're going to give the players a little break to stretch their legs. We'll give you 2 games and a break, 2 more games and a break, and then we'll get on to the other ones if necessary. And I sure hope they're necessary, man. I won 7 games from these 2 gentlemen.
Yeah, definitely. If we're going to set up something like this between 2 really great players, we want the full package. We want all 7 games. If either of these players has to throw games to get it to 7, I'm not saying you should throw games in a competitive environment, but I would understand the need to do it for the quality of the event.
250 smackaroos on the line. I'm not throwing anything. That's important money to me. But, I think everybody here wants to see at least 6 or 7 games. Nobody wants the NBA Finals where it's a 4-0 sweep. We want to watch it, and we want to watch it all day, every day. So while we wait for Will to calculate this end game, make sure he doesn't give up any threatening Z plays to Wellington. Let's show some love for the channel that is bringing you all of this. Let's Play Scrabble. The brainchild of Josh Greenway is going to carry 5 straight days of Scrabble action for you. This best of 7 today, and 4 days of Scrabble action from the main event in Albany, New York. All kinds of other Scrabble videos pop out on this channel, a number of streamed tournaments. Josh breaks them up and packages them into bite-sized bits. If you like Scrabble at all, hop on Let's Play Scrabble, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button on this video, bump us up the algorithm. We have some awesome numbers today, rooting for these two gentlemen, and let's keep those numbers going. Let's bring some more folks into this stream. Let's play Scrabble. And one more plug for it, the Scrabble Players Championship in 2024 will be in South Bend, Indiana in August, and today is your last day to register. So if you have that itch to get some of this going on, check that out. Sign up for some Scrabble. We would love to see more folks out there on the circuit.
Yeah, and I'll be there. I'll be at SPC playing Collins, so if you need to see more Charles Reinke, you know where to find me. South Bend, Indiana, in just a couple weeks.
That's got to be a short trip for you, Charles.
Yep, as a Midwesterner, that is drivable distance. So pile in the car with all the Scrabble stuff and get excited, get hyped up, play my hype music for a couple-hour drive, and play 4.5 days of Scrabble.
$10,000 is the first prize for both the CSW and NWL divisions, I believe, at that tournament. 10,000 smackaroos for winning that championship. And man, the people who have won that championship are always incredible Scrabble players, but there are so many people every year who are so good, and only one of them is going to walk away with all that cash. Looks like Will opting to play Healthy and Boy here. And I think Wellington will respond Zoner, Z-O-N-E-R, through the E, and Udamon for 36 points. And that'll just about be it for this one. Zoner for 36. And whatever out sequence Will feels like playing from there. He's going to play Rez, I guess. It doesn't really matter what you do in this situation. It's Rez, the play from Wellington. And, oh no, he's picked it up. He's playing Zoner instead. And that's going to be it for this one. What are your thoughts? Big takeaways from game one, Charles?
I think the middle part of this game goes to show that you, at this level, missing bingos is sort of a death knell. Unless you're drawing extremely lucky, it's really hard to come back from the momentum you lose from missing a bingo. And I guess we don't know for sure that Wellington missed Avo sets when he played Sov. Might have just done some calculation and thought Sov was the better play. But it was all downhill from there. Will did a very, very clean, very clinical job of making the board unfriendly to bingos. And he's rewarded with a very big win.
Yeah, we would call this a clean sheet, I think, from Will in game one, a well-played game. I did draw some stuff and did all the right things with it. And Wellington, the one big miss on Avo sets, unable to come back after that. But this is game one of a best-of-7 game. There is plenty more Scrabble to come between these two folks. We do have the ability to jump over and interview the players after the game, but I think we're going to forego that in game one. This one was rather dull compared to some of the other ones, so we're just going to let the gents get the titles back in the bag and get ready for game two. Charles, for those who are less familiar with Scrabble, tell us about kind of how shocking it seems to be that Wellington misses a bingo like Avo sets. For the people at home, does he know that word for sure, 100%? You know, is that a word he's probably studied before? Tell us about that.
Yeah, at the very top level of Scrabble, which both of these players can clearly say that they are at the very top level. Perfect bingo knowledge is, I wouldn't say a requirement, but it's expected. And you don't really get to that level unless you have that perfect bingo knowledge. So basically any time a bingo is missed is probably a mistake, unless there's some strategic reason why you wouldn't want to play the bingo. If you don't see the bingo at all, it's just a total miss. That is very unexpected for this caliber of players. Meanwhile, players like Matt and myself, who are maybe at 1 or 2 tiers below the very top players, we'll know those words. We'll know a large majority of the words. But when we miss a bingo, we just add it to our list of missed bingos. We just add it to the list of mistakes that we make from game to game. Seeing that type of mistake from a player of Wellington's caliber is very unexpected. It's not unheard of. Obviously, these players aren't perfect, but it's much rarer for those players than it is for the rest of us.
Yeah, this is one we almost certainly chalk up to jet lag. It's not a lack of preparation. It's not a lack of knowing the word. I'm certain Wellington knew it, and just in the moment, for whatever reason, that the neurons didn't connect. But I just flew to Europe. I can verify jet lag is so real. And the fact that he's just shown up, I think, is almost entirely the reason why. Uncharacteristic miss, and we won't dwell on it beyond that. Players have bagged the tiles. They are ready to go. And in game 2, Wellington will be playing first because Will got to go first in game 1. So with that, let's cut back to the Scrabble action. We're getting everything reset over here. And Wellington to play first and Will to respond in game 2 of this best of 7, which Will Anderson leads 1-0. Let's cut over to the boards. And Wellington getting seated again. Look at that rating for Wellington. He had an absolutely dominant summer last year, winning a major tournament in North America in Las Vegas, and then nearly winning the World Championship. He was in first for much of it until a very unfortunate series of draws right at the end bumped him out of contention. And 24-15, that is unreal. That is obscene. What do you think of that rating, Charles?
That's honestly, you're kind of alluding to it, Matt, but that's a rating that we don't ever see. Players almost never make it above 2,200 unless their name's Nigel Richards. 2,300 is, absolutely amazing. To be at 2,400 is just completely unheard of. So again, it's a testament to the extremely high caliber of player that Wellington is. I would consider Will not to be too much further behind him, but you can see the 250, 300-point rating golf, kind of obscene.
This is what you do if you draw an incredible first rack. You play something that does all the stuff, and you play it fast. He's got so many available bingos here. Glad we have blank cam up. He's making the blank a P and not a U or an M. So spiting for 68. One of like 9,000 bingos available to Wellington on this first turn, wasting no time getting ahead in game 2. 68-0 for Wellington. I got the scores mixed up. Let me flip this real quick. And Will looking to respond EEEMORU, more vowels for Will on his first rack. What are you looking at here, Charles, on this first turn?
The word that jumps out to me right away is emu, EMEU. My first thought would be, can I play this for any points at all? And it turns out that emu does play above spiting, making ETMI, EN and UG. Maybe it plays better somewhere else, or there's other words available for more points or better leave. But my first thought is, I got to play emu. I got to play off at least 2 E's and the U, and I want to score some points while I'm doing it.
Yeah, I think one of the other things I'd like to do here is keep the S that is floating in space. Try not to obstruct it. So emu is a way to do that. You play on top of the 4 tiles over on the left. MOUE is another way to do that. Will's looking to play this for 16. Or MEOU plays 2 spaces to the left of this one, making ETOI and UN. That's 2 more points than this word here. But I think Will just wants to set up, a floating S hook that's going to sit there forever. And that's going to sit there at least for a while and be hard to muck up. So Will trying to breathe some life into this board, keep the left side open up the right side, does all of the right things. He's just got to make one more thing happen to execute this plan. He's got to find some consonants in the bag this turn. Wellington with an easy counter here. Zhao plays atop this play for about a gazillion points, somewhere in that. 34 is the score, and sits on the L for Zhao next turn. That does about all the things you want to do if you're Wellington. He wastes no time before making this play and surges ahead 102-16. EEKORRS now for Will as he looks to score some points. No available bingos, but the play of Zhao does let him cash in that X or S for a boatload of points. Highest scoring option for Will here is Rokers, Rokers, and Zhao's for 47. Yeah, lower scoring option, Skier or Esker also play for 41, but Rokers, assuming Will knows it, is 47, and I think the obvious play to make here, right, Charles?
Yeah, I think even absent the fact that you might have sniffed out Wellington's L setup, just playing off the S here for points makes too much sense. The S isn't doing a whole lot else on this board, and you don't have a good play that perhaps plays off KER or KERO. You can certainly try to play off those letters. You can maybe even score like 14 points doing something like that. But Roker's just too many points to pass up. And it basically just sort of moves on from the vague idea Will had last turn of trying to get a bingo quickly. You got to take, especially when you're down early in the game, you got to take the points when they present themselves.
Yeah, so Roker's definitely the top option for Will, at least in my unprofessional opinion. You've got to cash the S. You'd love to try to keep the board extremely dynamic, but you have to score points now or you're going to fall so far behind in this game. Cash in your S, score 47, blow up the rack, and let's just pray we draw something good out of the bag in the next couple turns to catch up. He's come to the same conclusion, set up Rokers on his rack, and I expect we won't see much more time pass before he pulls the trigger on this one. And Wellington has pulled almost exactly what Will had on the first turn of last game. Got that Paoli or Pilau or a number of other stuff. He's going to have to work to unmuck this rack next turn. AILOOPU for him. So the K gives him a really nice bailout, actually. Up Look is 24 points, holds AI, and just gets rid of a lot of this stuff. And right on cue, Wellington's like, that's perfect. That's what I needed. I'm playing that. So Up Look. I think a lot of players here fall into the trap of playing Upo, UPO, to the left side of Rokers. You can do that, but AILO is a bingo or die leave. And if you're Wellington, you're in commanding position. Bingo or die is not the way you want to play this game. Turn over the tiles, get rid of this muck. I don't want to bingo or die. I just want 30 a turn, and I'm probably going to hold on and win this game. And that's what he does. DEEILOV now for Will, looking to respond. And he's going to have
Will's going to get back right in the game here.
Yeah, wow. 92. Evil Doer, only playable bingo for Will. And that is a huge play for him, a huge draw, especially given that Wellington's just found the second blank. Evil Doer puts Will ahead 155 to 126. And while this rack looks solid, the IUY combination is really tough. And 0 playable bingos are available here to Wellington, despite all the floaters and the nice opportunities to put 7s down on this board. No playable bingos. This is something I haven't seen from Wellington too much, are these bingo-ish racks, a bunch of floaters. How much time will Wellington spend here trying to find a bingo before he opts to move on? And then how much time is he going to have to spend looking for other candidate plays that do what he wants to do? This is going to be a tough turn for Wellington. I'm curious to see how long he spends thinking on this turn. This was looking like it might be a blowout, and all of a sudden he's in poor position here. Charles, what kind of philosophical approach would you have to a turn like this? Try to score, try to keep as prone as possible, try to set myself up? What options jump out to you?
Well, I guess first thing I would do is mourn the fact that Bunya virus does not play on the board. I hopefully move on from that relatively quickly. But these are kind of the interesting racks where it feels like there could be a bingo. It also feels like there could be high-scoring plays. My approach to these racks is often do a quick scan for bingos, maybe spend 45 seconds to a minute looking for bingos, then kind of go out of order, try to find good non-bingo plays. And maybe once I find a good non-bingo play, spend a little bit more time thinking about bingos again. So I might try to see if there's a place to play Bunya. We see Wellington finds Abai for a good score. I'm kind of in the camp where if I don't immediately see a bingo, I want to find a good backup play and then return to the bingo search.
Yeah, Abai, a very nice option here, 31 points. He also had BUNIA beneath Uplook. for 30, holding Y blank. So IUN blank versus Y blank, about the same score. Wellington opts to keep things wide open in terms of bingo lines, keep that INU, and he has now found a Z to go with that. So that is an interesting pull for Wellington, although that does look to give him tousling down from the T. We'll flip over to Will, who's back in Val trouble, AABENOU, his post bingo draw after getting Evildoer last turn. And he's got to get rid of these vowels. He's doing so perfectly, playing BEAU. Easily his top equity play. He's found it quickly, wasting no more time, and crucially, blocking tousling for Wellington this turn. So a bunch of stuff just happened very quickly. I hope I captured most of that. And Wellington's turn just got much tougher here as his bingo was blocked. Nothing else plays. And he's going to have to figure out once again, how much do I groom this rack? How much do I shape this board versus how much do I just try to score right now? ZOS or SOZ maybe are options. SOZIN creates a wide open board shape if he wants to do that and try to capture a high scoring bingo right now. There's a lot for Wellington to think about here. What would you initially think in this situation, Charles?
My first thought is, I can play Zin under Evildoer for 34 points. Pretty good score. Like getting rid of the Z. It keeps the U, unfortunately. That's not ideal. It also blocks the very easy bingo line under Evildoer on row 2. You also have a similar bingo lane on row 4, but you don't want to block bingo lines if you can avoid it when you're down and you hold the blank trying to bingo. So something like Saws doesn't block too much in terms of bingo lines. I guess it does block the floating S, which is not great. That might be why Wellington's stopping to think here for a moment. And it still keeps the U. But if you're trying to bingo, keeping as much as you can open, that's the way to do it.
All right, so SOZ is indeed going to be the play. Once again, Wellington holding on to INU blank, although this time with an L to go with it. That bingoes often, but IW after just pulling the Z. That is unbelievable for Wellington. That's tough. And Will also has a tough turn. And for these tough turns, who better to have in the booth than Josh Sokol, who has finally made it. Welcome to the booth, Josh. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good to see you too. How do I sound?
You have jumped into a really tough turn. You sound great, Josh. We're happy to have you. But Will has a lot of decisions to make. There are some big opportunities for bingoing. The 2 row at the very top of this board available for Wellington. The 4 row also available. Floaters here. And Will has to suspect that Wellington is kind of close to a bingo, at least after small plays here and here. Josh, what would you do if you're Will in this situation? You're nursing actually a small deficit now. Let me get these scores updated. You're down by 5. Do you play defense? Do you just play equity? Do you look to block anything? What stands out to you in this situation?
Yeah, I'm not sure that if I'm Will, I'm very convinced that Wellington is close to something. He did just score a couple times. Yeah, when short plays are made, it tends to signal that the opponent likes the tiles they left on the rack. But I don't think he should be that concerned. I really think he should just be trying to make a good play here. And yeah, getting rid of a couple of his unworthy tiles. So it looks like he's doing that with Poof.
So Poof going to be the option here from Will. That does something that is huge for the board. It sets up a front S for Spoof. Food is another option that does very similar things, leaves a couple points on the board, but doesn't give this hookup. And although Will does not have that front S, he's going to set it up anyway and dare Wellington to cash in. And immediately, Wellington does not cash in, instead dumping the IW combination. So we are now racing to see who can crush that bottom spot. I don't know. This could be anybody's game. Wellington in good shape with that blank, but 2 bad draws into it in a row. This one's going to get spicy. I think that draw is going to do it for Wellington next turn. He'll probably find something. Charles, what are you seeing here for Will? How would you approach a turn like this?
My first thought is I'm sort of upset I don't have a vowel that plays under the W of whiz. That jumps out as a high scoring spot that I wouldn't be able to use. WA is not a word. Can't make a simple 30-point scoring play there. Gonna have to find points somewhere else. Also having to think now, Wellington just played whiz. What does that mean? Did he just draw clunky stuff again, or is he getting closer to a bingo? Whiz does take the front S for swizz, I believe. That is Collins only. So the S hook is still there, and no easy way to deal with it, with Wellington possibly getting closer to a bingo. Will just goes for pitch to score some points, keep his vowel, keep relatively flexible stuff with a lot of ease in the bag, maybe thinking he can get a bingo of his own sometime soon.
So that swizz hook after the spoof setup, that is wild, and yet neither player has the S they need, and Will's not going to find it in the bag. Wellington has just one or two playable bingos rather out of this rack. One of them is a 7 where the blank is an O. The other one is a 7 where the blank is a G. Those would be Linuron or Knurling, and they play on the top of this board in either line. Josh, do you see any strategic merit to playing in one line over the other here if you're Wellington?
Well, if you're thinking of playing on the second to top row, you have to kind of be worried about the counterplay on the top left triple. So I would say that it's probably just a better call to play underneath, even though it's a little bit fewer points. I would say you would want to play under there. That also eliminates 7-letter words ending in S that would play with swizz, although they would still play on the second row. But it sort of does a good job at starting to try and control the lines that are left.
Yeah, if you're about to take a modest lead, that swizz spot becomes more and more important. Charles, what do you think? Take the point, score 68 by playing in the top, or give up 2 points and play Linuron 2 rows beneath it?
Yeah, I like Josh's thinking here of try to give back as little as you can, and playing next to a triple word score or setting up a triple word score for your opponent is sort of the most obvious way not to do that. Luckily, the consonants are in favorable positions, so it's not going to be a devastating counterplay from Will, but it might be sort of a painful counterplay from Will, given that there's not a ton of scoring opportunity on this board at the moment.
Yeah, if you're Will and you see this bingo come down, you would love to smack back with a big counter, and yet with just one vowel, unable to do that. His highest scoring plays this turn are just going to be 29 points. FAG plays beneath Linuron with 3 overlaps, IF and A and UG. FAT plays beneath it as well. FAD plays on the top, a number of nearly identical options, but we're probably just going to see a 3 dumped by Will in one of those places. Josh, is there any one little drop that Will can do that seems to stand out above the other options to you?
Yeah, not really. This kind of sucks for Will. He really wanted to draw at least an E on his last pull, and I'm very surprised that Wellington actually chose this bold placement of Linuron. But I think Will's going to want to cover what was just open. Maybe playing FAG underneath the INUs is the way to do that, and just hope for some vowels. But that would also inhibit Will's potential comebacks on the fourth row, hooking the U and up look. So it's kind of a rough situation for Will, but he's not down by that much. So yeah, he will be on the next turn.
Yeah, Wellington with about as nice a post bingo draw as you could possibly ask for, AEIMNST. And for those a little bit newer to competitive Scrabble, AEINST is the strongest non-blank 6-letter combination you can have. That's among the first list of words that any competitive Scrabble player is going to learn are the words in Satine or Tysane or however you want to say it. And Wellington just found it right out of the bag. He's going to have high scoring options available. I think he's looking for the best overlap or best possibility with a lot of life on this board. His highest scoring bingo is 84. It's anthemis, Anthemis, through the H in pitch. He's got a number of other options. Etamins plays making Butte, and a number of options play with Swizz as well. Charles, play Etamins and Swizz, knock out the hook, or would you be looking to do something else here?
The points of Anthemis would be a lot to turn down, but I do like the idea here to just knock out the Swiss hook. It's kind of no longer a problem. This also partially knocks out the row 4 for bingos ending in S. You can still bingo for 8-letter words through the E of Etamins. That's actually quite a nice tile to bingo through. But it is sort of achieving perhaps the long-term goal of your Wellington of starting to shut down bingo lines where you can.
Yeah, starting to try to play whack-a-mole with the various different lines and obstruct them as best you can. You are giving up a ton of floaters with this, but this board is just big and wide open. You're just going to have to, leave some spots available. So Etamins now the play for Wellington puts him ahead by 104, and Will's going to need a big sequence here to have any shot left in this game. DDILNTY. He does have the Y hook that he needs to put behind pitch and open up the bottom part of this board. But I'm not seeing awesome plays that let him really unlock new quadrants of the board. Perhaps IDYL and pitchy, maybe TYND. Maybe he plays TIDDY and pitchy and just keeps that left side wide open, but we expect Wellington to obstruct. I don't know, Josh, are you just scoring a bunch now playing titty and pitchy, or do you have other ideas on this turn?
Yeah, I think you're right to want to play that. Really just want to score as much as possible here. If you're Will, you're down 100 points. You're going to need some help. Maybe hope to draw some high score next turn, and then get a bingo down a bit later. But yeah, I think scoring points is the number one thing that Will should be doing here, and that's not an unusual thing to do in Scrabble.
What a pull for Wellington. After his great post bingo draw, he's found one now that's going to cause significantly more headaches for him, both the Q and the X as we approach the end of this game. And the Q doesn't look great on this board. There is the one U available in Linearon that gives some plays, but he's going to need to shed that Q ASAP to make sure he doesn't end up in a sticky situation at the end of this one. There are so many options for Will on this turn. You can see he set up TIDDY and pitchy, which does a number of great things. A play like Lindy does a number of good things as well. There's also TIDDLY and Butte over on the right side of this board, and that would just open up some completely different stuff for him. There's a lot of different ways for Will to open this board. He's got to find the option that he thinks gives him the best chance to claw back into this one, and he's opted to play Lindy here. I think maybe he thinks the DT combination strongest for him. I might have looked to shed the T with 2 more to find in the bag, but this is the play Will's opted to make, and he is going to get smacked quickly in response to that. AXELS for Wellington, an immediate response. Though the QGR perhaps going to be sticky. If Will finds a bingo here, there's a little bit of life in this game, but otherwise I think Wellington has just surged so far ahead. Big reveal here for Will. What has he found into this DT combination? He'll need some great stuff. And it looks like it all just fell on Wellington's rack instead. AADETTV is what Will's got, it appears, and that is not going to be enough for him to win this one. He'll have some options, but not options that bingo, not that score enough. Vacated is 28 through the C in pitchy. Avid plays through the I in Etamins. But I'm quickly running out of paths to victory here for Will. Josh, do you see any sequences or any ideas here that perhaps could do it for Will?
No, I don't. The biggest thing that Will could try and do theoretically in this position is not only get a high scoring play that uses all of his letters that we call a bingo or a bonus, but also he would want to maybe look very far ahead and see that the Q might be on Wellington's rack, and he might have a chance of sticking Wellington with it down the line just making sure that there are no spots for on the board. The problem with that is there is a spot for QI already in the I to the I in Edmonds, and there's that U in Linearon that Wellington's going to be able to use if he has the Q to make a QU word. So I think there's just because of that the fact that Wellington, even if he has the Q, he's going to be able to play it. I think that kind of spells disaster for Will.
Yeah, I mean, Wellington has one of the worst racks that he could have. I mean, there are worse options. He could have 7 vowels or 7 consonants, but that happens so seldom in Scrabble. He has some of the least synergistic tiles he could have from that unseen pool, and yet he still doesn't seem to be struggling with that Q. There's enough places, there's choir, there's QI into the N in Lindy. There's enough stuff that you would like to think Q stick here. I just don't think it's in the cards for Will. So he's going to just play Avid here, hold AETT. This, I think, what you have to do. Just score a ton and pray that you draw a bingo with Butte. The double T's is going to enable you to do that pretty often. But, I mean, realistically, Wellington just scores points here and wins this game. And that's exactly what he's going to be doing as Queried comes down for 34. Will finds a bingo. Maybe there's a chance in this game. But he's got to find a bingo here for sure. And that is not going to do it. Oh my God. AEE into AETT. Not what you want to see if you're Will.
Yeah, Wellington's doing a good thing here, I think. Instead of playing Queried, I think Queried would have completely emptied the bag, if I'm not mistaken. So instead, he's playing Choired to leave something left, so that if Will does have a bingo, that Will will still have to draw something. But yeah, this is so terrible for Will. Doesn't even matter, even if the bag was empty. So yeah, this is a win for Wellington.
Yeah, Wellington, Queried would have left 2 in the bag. This leaves 3 in the bag, but I think Wellington just seeing, hey, I want to make sure I have at least 1 vowel and 1 consonant in case I have a nightmare pull. I think that's completely reasonable, and he's pulled into, once again, another great rack, Energic, or maybe he'll have a bingo. I haven't had a chance to put it in yet, but I know Will won't be bingoing here, AAEEETT. And now he has to make a decision. That pool looks extremely bingo prone, but my best play is acetate through the C in Pidgey. Do I just say forget it and play acetate? And if Wellington bingos out, he bingos out. Do I care enough to even think this through in a best of 7 where spread doesn't matter? Will's got to make a decision here, but none of these decisions win him the game. Charles, any final thoughts on how you would play this if you're Will?
At this point, I'm just trying not to embarrass myself, trying to make a reasonable play that doesn't put my reputation as a good Scrabble player into question. And so trying, as best as I can to play a good end game, but knowing that it really doesn't matter with spread not a consideration. Just trying to do something reasonably intelligent. Make sure that your YouTube subscribership doesn't fully abandon you for some kind of avoidable blunder in this game.
Yeah, try not to embarrass myself is generally my life philosophy when I go out in public as well, and I'm still rather unsuccessful at that. Josh, you see anything that jumps out to you here? Would you maybe try to play 2 tiles and just pray for a miracle out bingo, or are you pulling the trigger on this one? It's done.
Yeah, I'm playing 2 tiles just to make sure that Wellington doesn't end the game on the spot. The unseen letters are quite good. If Wellington has all 3 of those vowels, there's a very high likelihood that he has a 7 or 8 letter word available. So I'm just praying that he doesn't have that, and that maybe I can draw as well something really nice. The problem is Will needs at least 1 consonant here, and if he draws consonants, that means the vowels are likely to be on Wellington's rack, and it's kind of a catch-22. He doesn't want Wellington to have those vowels, but he also needs the consonants himself. But yeah, I think playing 2 tiles here, just leaving 1 in the bag would be ideal in a very unideal situation.
Yeah, if the vowels are in the bag, I'm dead because my opponent has AEI and probably the rest of Retina. And if the vowels are in the bag, I'm dead because I'm going to draw them. I can't win here. I'm just sad, I think is kind of how you approach this. Perfect analysis from Josh. So again, 2 tile play from Will, kind of what we thought he was going to do, AVE. See if he can pull a bingo just to cut the spread a little bit here. And while Wellington's rack is great right now, there are no playable bingos for him. So I guess he's going to have to do his math now, look at this unseen pool, which I'm updating for you right now, and figure out if there's any threats Will could have that he needs to block, such as theater or thereat. There's a lot of stuff he needs to think about, and that's actually on Will's rack right now. Theater and Butte plays for like 90 as an out bingo. So Wellington's got to see it, but maybe he can just outrun it anyway, right? There's a number of options he has here to get out of this situation. Josh, do you think we're going to see a block, an attempt to obstruct theater, or do you think we're just going to see Wellington run here and make sure he can outrun it if that is indeed what is on Will's rack?
I mean, Wellington can't really block. Will has catheter as well, or the anagram charrette from the C in pitchy. So if Wellington was going to block, he would have to play something from the U in bow and risk getting an 8-letter word played through any of the letters that he puts downwards from that U. So I think he's actually not going to be able to block. Will's going to be able to make a little bit of a late comeback here. Of course, it's not going to be enough, but that was the exact draw that I think Will needed here to make it reasonable.
Quackle analysis is so awesome. It wants Wellington to fish his G for 4 points and get bingoed out on. That's so good. Wellington has one awesome scoring option here. He can score 35 points with one just like really nice fit. That would be what you're looking to do, I think. If you see catheter and theater and blocking both is really hard, I think you just score like as much as you can and win the game that way. That plays cardigan through the disconnected AD between Edmonds and Quired. That'd be 35. But there's a number of other plays that hit for 31, 32, 33, and all of those are going to win the game for Wellington as well. He's doing it. He's going to knock out catheter. He's going to knock out pitchy, and he's got to do it in a way that makes sure you don't give counter bingos back, or I guess the counter bingos just aren't going to score enough for him to worry about. Wow, he's done it. What do you think of this, Josh?
This is amazing. And so quickly, too, he recognizes that is the way to block the 2 threats that he sees. With 1 letter in the bag, there being 3 T's in the bag, the likelihood that Will has this exact rack that he has is quite high. And making a play from the U, as long as you're ensuring that you're not giving Will anything new to work with, and he does this so quickly. I mean, I would have taken a while and made sure that I'm not giving something back, but he recognized the threat and he blocked it just beautifully and really so quickly. He had like 10 minutes left. He could have used a little bit more time.
I feel like every time I get one of these situations where I identify, hey, there are 2 threats and I need to block both, I make a play like uncage, and then I just accidentally give a different bingo that scores the same amount back to my opponent. So I think that's the most impressive part of this is Wellington knows he's not giving anything back with all 8 of the tiles in the bag, not just the 7 that we assume Will has in the worst case scenario. Awesome stuff. And he did it so fast. He's got 7 minutes left on his clock. He could have used it. He didn't feel like he needed to because he's that good. Awesome stuff from Wellington, and very frustrating, I think, on Will's end there. Although, hey, spread doesn't matter. It's a best of 7, so we'll just move on to the next one, right? All right, so Will just going out, looks like or not going out, but playing through this endgame, looks like he's going to opt to play TATH here, and then that's going to give back TITER for Wellington as an outplay, but it's spread and Will's low on time. It doesn't really matter. So that's going to be it for this one. Assuming Wellington makes his highest scoring out of tighter, we're going to finish with a final of 485 to 358. And here it comes right on cue. Tighter for Wellington. And that is going to tie this series up. 1 for Wellington and 1 for Will. So far, this is building up exactly as we'd hoped. We're guaranteed now a game 5, and we're hoping to guarantee a game 6 and 7 pretty soon as well. We're going to cut to a quick interview with these players. They both have a headset they can put on, and we can ask them some questions about the game. So Josh, Charles, think of maybe a question or two you want to ask each of these players, and chat will be looking to y'all as well and try to transmit a few of those questions over to them. And then we're going to let these two guys go stretch their legs in the hallway for a minute. But we are going to cut to just a quick interview once they get their paperwork in order. Charles, what are your overall thoughts on that game? Key takeaways?
Yeah, I feel like Will just needed to get bingo tiles a little bit sooner than he did. By the time he had finally built up to a bingo, there was only a couple places left to do it, and they were blocked. And really, I feel like both players played extremely well, and it just sort of came down to timing of the letters coming out of the bag, as it so often does. But I feel like both players played an extremely strong game. No major errors as far as I can tell.
Yeah, that was a cool one. So Wellington, Will, thank you both for joining us in this interview. Give us a quick thumbs up if you can hear me. And we've got a number of questions from the Peanut Gallery, but kudos to you both for 2 awesome games of Scrabble so far, and we're looking forward to several more. I think the big play we want to talk about in this one is the one that Wellington made right at the end, Uncage. Yeah, Wellington, tell us a little bit about your thought rationale behind that play there.
As in TTTHEROEEA. So I figured that he could, if he had, if there was a T in the bag, he could have the theater which goes in front of butte, and then he could also play catheter with the C of pitchy. So I figured that I had to make a move that took out both those options, and that was what informed the Uncage move.
And Will, we could see it on your face just a little bit when that came down. Wellington correctly thwarted both of your high-scoring bingos. What impressed us most, Wellington, is how you were able to make that play so fast. 7 minutes left on your clock, and yet you figured out you blocked it. You no more threats to worry about. None of those floaters that you're exposing are threats. That was incredible. So we're all blown away by that. Josh, what question do you have for these folks?
I mean, I just want to know how you guys are feeling. It's 1-1. Things are getting more and more heated. So, yeah, what are your thoughts? Let's start with Will on this matchup.
Well, I told Wellington at the outset that I would view it as a win if we could just get to 6 or 7 games total in the series, regardless of how things end up, just for maximum enjoyment for all of you guys out there as spectators, and for us as players to go up against somebody as unbelievably talented as Wellington is a treat. So the more games, the merrier. So so far, so good. We're at 1 game apiece. We're not going to have a sweep one way or the other. Other than that, I'm feeling good. I'm just excited to be playing. Yeah, that last play, what can you do but tip your cap to Wellington? It was a beautiful block. I thought at least I was going to get some, save some face there. I know spread doesn't matter too much, but he got me with that play. Very nice.
And Wellington, what key takeaways do you have from this set so far?
Well, I'm like Will said, we're enjoying the game, and the major objective is to play the best that one is capable of playing, and accept the outcome the way it is. And the key takeaway was, I think I felt that I probably missed something earlier. Maybe that JOW move was a bit too erratic at the beginning of the game, but I said I wanted to go for it, and let's have maximum fun.
Maximum fun. I think that's what everybody is rooting for at home. We have a huge audience watching along, nearly 400 folks. So Thank you, both of you, for providing us this exciting content to watch. I'm sure y'all want to get away from this table for a minute and stretch your legs. So we're going to give you an opportunity to do that. But for the viewers at home, y'all don't go anywhere because we have at least 3 more games of Scrabble between these two awesome players coming let your way. We're going to cut away from Will and Wellington. Thanks to you both for the interview. We look forward to several more games of Scrabble, and cut back to the booth where we will set Charles free for the day and bring Josh in. But Charles, thanks again for your last minute emergency substitution. We appreciate having you on the stream. And again, as Charles plugged, you can see plenty more of him. He will be at the Scrabble Players Championship in South Bend, Indiana in August. Josh Sokol will be there as well. And I will be right here a talking head on your screen because I'm doing commentary from that anchor to anchor or cover to cover, beginning to end. I've already lost my words and we're only 2 games in. This is scary. Charles, I do want to give you one opportunity to plug your streaming. Charles is one of several streamers we have in the Scrabble community. So let everybody know where you stream and when you stream and what you stream.
Oh, yeah, I am active on Twitch, twitch.tv, where all the cool gamers hang out, streaming Scrabble, other word game stuff, some collaborative anagram solving, things of that nature, under the username Ancient Cosmographer. Usually we have it on screen. Doesn't appear to be on screen currently. Somebody's going to need to type that into chat. I'm not logged into YouTube currently, but I stream there once or twice a week. It's not really on a schedule. You just have to follow me and catch me when I'm live. So if you haven't gotten enough of me already, you can certainly get enough of me on Twitch.
Yeah, there's plenty of Scrabble and more people out there putting content on the internet. We've got 2 of the best here in Charles and Josh, and of course, the best of them all, Will, playing in this set as well. Do you want to give one more plug? We would love to get some likes on this video. We have a lot more Scrabble coming today, and we've got 4 more days of Scrabble coming right here on Let's Play Scrabble. So make sure you follow this channel. Check out the website, letsplayscrabble.com, for more of these upcoming tournaments. And with that, we're going to cut to a brief intermission. But y'all don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes with a lot more Scrabble right here. Until then. Welcome back, everybody. I gotta click that unmute button, don't I? I'm everybody you've ever worked with on Zoom now. Welcome back. This is a best of 7 Scrabble match between Will Anderson and Wellington Jighere. I'm Matt Canik, joined by none other than Josh Sokol Rubenstein. How you doing, Josh?
Hey, what's up? It's good to see you face to face, Matt.
Face-to-face
Sorry,
kind
that
of
was-
ish. We want to quickly cut over and talk about the biggest North American Scrabble tournament of the year, and that is the 2024 Scrabble Players Championship. It is brought to you this year from South Bend, Indiana, and there are all of the good people going. It looks like some really exciting rosters. We're going to cut over and show you some of that, but just want to plug, if you haven't heard me say this already today, that the final day to register, I believe, is today. So if you were on the fence about going to NASPA's 2024 SPC, you should make that decision, and you should make that decision pretty quickly. It's going to be some awesome stuff. There is also going to be live coverage, wire to wire, of the SPC, brought to you on the twitch.tv/Scrabble channel. And all of this is going to be happening mid-July, late July, I believe July like 21st to 25th are the dates. So all of that going to be streamed on twitch.tv/Scrabble. I think we're going to cut over and show some of the rosters and highlight some of the players. And Josh, I want you to tell everybody watching all of the weaknesses about each of these players. Go.
It's funny. Last year I did an actual, I created some playing cards for each of the top contenders. I'm not going to do that this year, but we see it's pretty tight at the top: 2077, 2065, 2062, 2054. So all of these 2000 rated players, these grandmaster level players, are going to duke it out. None of these players has won an SPC title except the 8th seed, Michael Fagan. And so
that guy 13, he's never won before, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, in the top 10, of course. Yeah. Joe Edley, of course, has won multiple times. Or maybe it was, it was multiple times. Joe Edley, of course, a legend of the game. But yeah, Mac Meller is the top seed right now in the NWL division. And I'm not there. Why am I not there, Matt?
Yeah, that's a great point. Well, let's talk about where you are in just a minute, but no shortage of elite talent here. I think any one of these players at the top, if they won this event, I'd be like, yeah, it's about time that they've won a major. Mac, way overdue. Noah is so good. Ori, I play all the time. He's incredible. Jackson, of course, is incredible. Joey Malik almost won this thing last year, was a game away from it. Ian is always up there in the 2000s. Joey Kravchik, like nobody would be surprised. Or if Michael Fagan just came back and won the thing again. Kevin Fraley has been playing awesome recently. Like I could go on and on, but that's a star-studded field. So y'all should sign up, or at least book off the weekend where we're going to be streaming that event, because it's going to be awesome stuff. Let's cut over and look at the other side of the event, the CSW field. And that's the name we were looking for, right? The Josh Sokol right there at number 5, last year's NWL champion, now jumping over to the CSW ship. And again, star-studded lineup. Tell us about some of these players, Josh.
Well, Alex Seaholm winning the national title in 2019. Matthew Tunnicliffe winning in 2015. Austin Shin winning I think multiple times. He also won an event during the pandemic that was online. And then my namesake, Josh Castellano. Those are the top 4 players there. They're all incredibly strong. And I can't wait to play. I can't wait to play them. Honestly, it's going to be awesome.
It's going to be an awesome event. And man, like Matthew Tunnicliffe has been playing so well recently.
Yeah.
I know he won a major before back in Reno, but I think he's overdue to win another one here. But Austin Shin, Alex Seaholm, both Joshes at the top, Jason Keller, all solid players. Ben Schoenbrunn won a huge purse last summer. Nobody's going to be surprised if any of the players at the top of this list win either. It's going to be fun. I know that much. So, Scrabble Players Championship, South Bend, Indiana, July 21st to 25th. Watch it online or go yourself. the decision is yours, but you can't miss it one way or the other. Let's cut back over to the other can't miss action, and that's Will Anderson versus Wellington Jighere, what we're all here to watch. Players are 1-1 in this best of 7, and I don't want to wait anymore. Can we just give them the okay to draw? I want to watch some Scrabble. Let's get to it. Game 3. Spread, I don't think matters. I don't even know who's got the spread right now, but both of the first two were rather underwhelming. Just those games where one player seems to get better stuff, pull ahead and stay ahead. I would love to see a tight one here, and I think everybody else in the chat is with me. Welcome to the booth, for real, Josh. And let's see if we can get a good one here. ACDRTTW, the opening rack for Will. The first time he's dodged 5 vowels on an opening rack and instead has 6 consonants. What would you look to do here, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to get rid of one of those 2 T's, a W, but it might just be worth playing something like craw, just to be very defensive. CRAW makes it a little bit difficult for Wellington to do anything after that. There could be some word I'm missing here, though. I think there are a lot of options that are very close, and it looks like Will is choosing dot, which is actually, yeah, I think a better option than craw. The CRT combination is very, very strong. So I very much like this choice.
Yeah, you've got to play a T here to undouble those. So DAWT or its anagram WADT, the options for Will, and he opts to play dot here. I think it's moot which one you pick. And Wellington now AEGJNOS on his first rack looks to respond that S is nice and tasty to cash in, but I think he's just got to take an overlap here. GAJO is 33, holds ENS. This checks most of the boxes you want to play to do, keeps a great bingo prone lead and scores very well. Gajo is 33. Josh, would you ever think about playing Jot to the T, holding AEGNS for 26 instead?
Yeah, that's possible, but I think this is more like this style, scoring a bit more, getting rid of that G, which actually could be a problem, even if you have that N to go with it. And yeah, really just taking away scoring spots rather than giving them back. After Jot, we could see a potential overlap of the J, and he's also keeping the S for the dots hook, and he set up a new S hook on AD. So this is a very good thematic play. I think Jot is also strong, but I think this is stronger.
This is going to be a very interesting turn for Will. CINORTT and a number of great options for him. A ton of high-scoring overlaps. I think the highest scoring option for him is Cortin, CORTIN, forming 4 underlaps beneath this word. That scores 34. But Cortin takes an A as a back hook. So that's kind of dicey and allows some big plays to come back here. And I think Will be looking to make a smaller play. Maybe something like COIT or TOIT in this spot here. Maybe just ORT and keep the nice bingo prone CINT. There's actually a lot to think about here. A lot of good options, but a lot of options that are extremely similar in valuation to one another. Josh, how would you approach this turn if you're Will?
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting situation. He definitely wants to play under the DAW of dot, but the longer he plays, the more potential his rack has to worsen on the next draw. So keeping a CINT, for example, combination is pretty nice in a vacuum, but I'm not sure what it's doing on this board. So you might opt to play Cortin, but the problem with that, as you said, is it takes an A hook and he's putting that I right underneath the T of dot. So allowing some underlaps that would not exist if he just played a little bit shorter. So I think I agree with you, playing shorter makes sense here, but it's a little bit dicey because he kind of wants to leave himself, Will, with some potential options next turn with the C. But if he keeps the C, then I'm not really sure where he's going to play that C next turn. So it'll be very interesting to see. And the one thing about any of these plays other than TOIT and COIT is that jar takes an A hook. So it might be possible to re-overlap and see maybe like a 4-way a 4x3 square in the middle of the board. So we'll see what happens.
I think the best option here by far is Coit, C-O-I-T. You want to play J-A-I instead of J-A-R because it's a lot more defensive. You don't want to play Corton because it just opens up so many scoring opportunities. I think it is extremely hard for my opponent to score after Coit if they don't have an S to put behind dot or something like that. And I just think the defensive value of that play can't be understated enough. Overstated enough, rather, I should say. So I think COIT, the strongest play here for Will, but he's opting to keep a vowel. He's going to play Torn instead. We'll see if he is able to dodge a second I. And it doesn't matter what Will did here because Wellington, finding that first blank, able to bingo. It's going to be runners for him with the blank U. That is 71 and his only playable bingo here. And so any option Will played would allow runners to come back. And he's got to find a good rack here. And this is why I would have held RNT. It's easy to say in hindsight in the one-ply sim here, but man, I think that's a missed opportunity for Will, and he's going to miss out on a rack that would otherwise bingo for him. This is tough. A small decision, but sometimes they have huge impacts here. Josh, what stands out to you on this turn for Will now that he can't bingo?
Yeah, this is a bit awkward. I mean, any play that he would have made would have put him in a similar situation. It really just depended on what he drew. I did not like the C, the I, and the T together, just intuitively there. But I'm not really sure if COIT would have been a better play. As you said, he's drawing 4 random tiles, so we don't really know what he was going to draw. There are maybe thousands of different combinations. But in this position, I mean, the first thing that I see is crime through the R, but if you put that on the board, you immediately notice the IME placement is extremely dubious. And yeah, you don't want to put an I right there, right below that double word score or double letter score. That's a tongue twister. I've said that before though. Double letter score. So I don't like that play at all. He's going to have to probably look a bit harder for something more defensive.
Yeah, there don't seem to be any options that are good for him here. This turn is bonkers and wildly challenging. Crime does score 30, but gives so much back. But equity says to do it. There's other options. There's Centime through the N and runners. There's Aramic if you want to throw this board wide open. But I think just in the absence of another play, like you might have to do this. I might also opt to play Meinie, M-E-I-N-I-E, through the N and runners just to keep this board open on both sides and not give Wellington the easiest 50-point counter ever. But, those turns are just really hard. And Crime, the equity play, what Will opts to play here to pull back into this game. And then Wellington, once again, as we've seen him do all tournament, which is absolutely killing me over here, wasting no time at all before he makes his play of Ori, O-R-A-Y on top. C-O-O-E-Y did play for 36 there, but you've got to take away the big aggressive triple word opening that Will just made. And Will's found a nice rack here, A-A-E-I-L-N-T. He will have one playable bingo. Do you see it, Josh?
Well, I'm following along. I'm following along in the engine too. But this is it's important to spot. He does spot it. This is a kind of a tough spot he has to think about. Yeah, that A hook on jar, but he wastes no time. He finds it. We're not surprised. Alienate his only bingo.
Yeah, alienate. Well spotted by Will. It is so easy to not even think about bingoing through that spot, but he did notice it. Big find for him, and that's going to keep him in this game. In fact, pull him ahead at 154 to 137 after the bingo for the American. And Wellington has not found good tiles. That E is floating in a spot where he could pounce for a huge score. And it's just not in the cards for him. It's always frustrating when this happens in Scrabble, but Ori holding AEO, sometimes this happens. You pick up WU. And now he is in a tricky situation. It looks like he's set up Ower on his rack, I presume to play Rower from the R in runners. That'll partially obstruct that triple line and score him a pretty sum of points. Holds AEU and scores 27. He's got other plays. AWE plays in the top right part of this board, making AWA and REW. It does partially block at least the most dangerous part of that line, because that double letter score is not going to be hittable anymore. But looks like he's going to opt to play rower here as opposed to AWE. What are your thoughts on this play, Josh?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. It kind of looks aesthetically like you're inhibiting that triple word score on the center right of the board, but it's not really doing that much to prevent Will from scoring. Will can just play a 3-tile word underneath the WER. He can still play through the ER, and Wellington's getting rid of his both of his consonants. I would have liked to see him keep that R on his rack and play AWE up top.
And this gives Will a tough decision to make. That partial block does take away queen, but it still gives up quern, Q blank ERN in this spot. Will would have to retain 2 L's and a P to make this play, but it is 69 points on a turn where otherwise he can't score more than 27. 27 would be playing PEL in the top right corner, making AMP and REE. You've got to cash the blank here, right, Josh?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually for me, this sort of play is one of the harder plays to consider when you have the Q and a blank together. It's often the right play to just play both of them, because the Q acts as a huge counterbalance to the blank. It really reduces the rack leave that you would have. So if you can't play the Q without the blank and you can score 69 with it, I think it's very much a no-brainer. It's just a question of considering that. And once again, just Will very quickly coming to the absolute best decision. And yeah, very nice.
And that's a turn that looks so hard it feels counterintuitive anytime you play a blank without bingoing, but Will wisely just doing it anyway and not wasting the time. That is exactly what you need to do. Keep your clock up, because this one might come down to the wire for the first time so far this set. Wellington, AEEHITU, caught up in vowels, and he's got decisions to make. HAUTE plays beneath the T in torn. That scores 22. HUTIA plays above the G in gajo for 22. Or there's this. You can also play UH and hold AEEIT. The pool is relatively balanced, maybe skewing slightly towards vowels. This is an aggressive play from Wellington. I guess he doesn't want to open the board, but if you draw 2 more vowels here, you're going to be in trouble for a couple turns. Josh, what do you think here?
I like it. I mean, this is the spot that I wanted him to use last turn. And the board is such that there aren't many scoring spots at all. So having a bad rack is not that big of a deal, because Will being ahead is not going to want to open much at all. So I think this is a good decision by Wellington. He has the E hook for LOWN. He can also potentially draw something through that N in runners. I'm a fan of this play. It does seem counterintuitive. You're right, keeping 4 vowels, 1 consonant, but yeah, drawing 2 consonants is going to help Wellington a lot, and he can just sort of play the waiting game and try and strike first, and he might make his way back into the game.
Yeah, the waiting game, I think, is exactly right. There's not a lot of opportunity on the board, but there's just enough that whoever gets there first is going to be in a huge advantage in this game. So big pull for Wellington. If he doesn't pick that H tile or another tile that helps him score, I think next turn is going to be very challenging for him. But he's worked his way through a challenging situation and now sits to be in good shape once again. Will has a hard turn here. Plume and TE plays, but with a lead like this, opening the board feels so strange. And yet, like, you've got to do something. You can't just not make a play in Scrabble. It almost feels a bit like Zugzwang here. You're running out of opportunities to do anything, so you just have to make an opening and hope it doesn't hurt you. PLU and UG. Lumpen, LUMPEN, plays to the N and runners. Nothing really scores well this turn. This is the only option I see for Will that scores more than 20 points. I think you just have to do that, right, Josh?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this goes into the thought process potentially of last turn as well. If Wellington were to have done something like this last turn, like HAUTE in that same spot, he's giving back immense counterplay to Will. But now that Will is doing this, Wellington has a few letters to play through that he didn't have last turn. So it was a sort of win-win situation for Wellington to just wait and see if Will was going to do this. And in terms of plays making hooking that T, Plume isn't really that bad. The U makes it a little bit difficult to underlap. And yeah, I really like the decision by Will. Just go aggressive. He's not up by that much. Anything can happen. It's still early. And he has that Z. That Z is so strong, pretty much no matter what board you're on. But the more openings there are, the likelier you're going to be able to cash it for 40, 50, maybe even 60 points.
So this is interesting. Wellington passing up on HIE in this spot, which looks to be the equity play, and opting to hold on to an I. Reasons to do that? Well, there's ING through the N in runners, and I think that's what he's thinking about here. Reasons not to do that? Well, there's 6 more I's to be drawn. He's got to dodge one here, or if he draws one, he's got to draw a bingo through that ING, and I don't quite think he's found it, but he's not in the worst shape. That's definitely an interesting decision. He's got to be gunning for ING there and sacrificing some equity to do it. What do you think, Josh? High or Hyatt?
Yeah, this seems a bit off to me, but I mean, Wellington's dialed into to this game in a way that we aren't. There are always these very interesting, intricate details that you notice over the board. So I'm wondering what his logic is with this play. I think the T was very useful. It was unlikely to duplicate itself. And yeah, the I maybe not as much with so many I's left to play to draw. So I'm not quite sure if this was the right decision, but everything seemed very close as Lasing comes down for Will.
Yeah, so lasing the play for Will, I think that's pretty straightforward. You want to do that. You get hit by 7s on top or underneath sometimes, but you take out so many 8s through that N, and you score a bunch of points in a situation where you otherwise couldn't. Now Wellington's going to have to think about how to respond. He does have the G to play glazing. Keg and glazing itself is 36, but it holds IILT with 4 more I's to come. Sets up Skeg with 3 unseen S's that you don't have. That is a tough play to make. Maybe glazing and GI, keep bingo prone letters and see where we go and score a little bit now. GLIKE also plays beneath Hyatt. It looks like that's what he's opting to play here. Opens the board, gets rid of a lot of these tiles and just kind of churns through the bag. Josh, do you like any of those options more than some of the other ones? Anything you would or wouldn't do here?
Yeah, I'm liking what he's putting down here, Klieg. You really want to get rid of one of those I's and that G now that your N is gone for the ING possibility. And yeah, none of the plays with glazing were good, as you mentioned. He wants to do something like this to maybe try and draw one of those 3 S's and maybe an E to go with it, and set himself up to potentially get a nice score or even use all of his letters next turn or the turn after. So I really like this decision to play Klieg. I agree that, yeah, the glazing plays, they're tantalizing, but they are not worth doing in this situation.
Yeah. Klieg versus Gleich is also interesting. This scores 1 less and seems to be more defensive, but Wellington has to decide, like, he has to think, I'm losing by a little bit, but I don't want to give obvious points to my opponent. So that was interesting as well. Just a lot to think about there, and especially on these 20-minute clocks, it's challenging to try to figure out exactly how to address each of these variables. But Wellington playing Klieg, and it looks to put Will in a challenging situation here. ADEISTY, a lot of bingo-prone stuff here. I think a lot of weaker players just immediately look to fish the Y or the IY. There's a great place to plunk it too. Gino, just playing the Y between the G and NO, is 13 points. But is that something you actually want to do on a board with this shape when you're ahead by 30 points and in the driver's seat in this game? I don't think so. And then it becomes, how much do I break up this rack? How many points do I try to score now? And how flexible do I try to be next turn anyway? And I think this bridges the gap very well. DIYA, it scores 24, which is a good score out of this rack. Holds AEST, which is pretty awesome. Will can't draw 3 vowels here, and he would love to pull a bingo to that D, to not have to think about that huge line at the top of the board anymore. But Dia, the play for Will. Wellington responds almost instantly with Exit for 33, and let's see what Will has drawn into AEST. There's a B, an E, and a D, so that gonna do it for Will. Great draw for him, and he's gonna waste no time before he plays his highest scoring bingo of Bedstead for
Amazing.
89.
Just instantaneous. Wow. Yeah. I wanted to mention, I think Wellington's trying to play very fast here, sort of put Will under pressure, but Will's responding so well. And I mean, having such a nice, obvious play of Bedstead does help. I think that, on the Klieg turn, Wellington was probably potentially better off just playing Tika, Tika. I think that might have been mentioned to the A in Lasing. But this ended up working out pretty well. We sort of have this funny situation where DIYA and then Exit sort of like reaching to the top and bottom of the boards and just saying, okay, let's see if I get there before you. But yeah, Will got there first. I like that play of GYNO. It took me like a minute to spot it. But this has worked out brilliantly for Will, and the draw that Wellington just got of EOU is definitely going to cost him here.
Yeah, when you make a play like Dia, you're kind of saying, hey, whoever bingos to this D next is probably going to win this game. But when you're holding AEST, you're probably going to be the one who bingos to that D. It's interesting to put such a high-scoring line out there with the small lead, but when you're holding all the cards, when you've got the best tiles left in the bag and a bunch of O's and U's and V's unseen, you are definitely going to hit that line more often than your opponent. And so great plan from Will, flawlessly executed, drawing the 89-pointer, and he is certainly in a commanding position here. Wellington, EIFFORU. He's got some plays down from the P in Plume, POUFF, POUFFE, both options for him. But I think he wants to leave that T as wide open and dangly as possible to try to hit something like Surfiest or just any kind of miracle Hail Mary at this point. OF does the right stuff, scores enough points that a bingo might win him the game, and keeps things flexible enough that he's got a path to victory down the road. That's not what you were supposed to do, though, Wellington. You really weren't supposed to draw CV out of the bag. That's a yikes. ADEOUPV is the rack for Will, who sits ahead 391 to 307 in Game 3 of this best of 7 set. And I think a number of options here win it. With 16 tiles unseen, that puts 7 or 9 in the bag. You can play a lot of tiles here. You probably want to play at least 3, so that should Wellington hit you with the bingo, there's no way he can bingo again on you next turn. I think Up Dove plays either through the P and Plume or above Klieg, making UG. That's probably the play that wins you the game 100% of the time. Josh, do you see anything else to think about here?
Yeah, I think Will is pretty sure he's going to win this game, and the fastest path to doing that is scoring points and playing off tiles and maintaining a 100+ point lead. So yeah, anything like that should be a winning idea. Because Will's up by so many points, just one bingo isn't going to do it for Wellington. So making sure that there are fewer than 7 tiles left in the bag should be Will's number one choice here. So there's 9 in the bag right now, and so you play anything more than 2 tiles, and you should be winning this game. But yeah, wanting to score some points with Up Dove seems very, very good. You could also even play Up Dive through the I and Exit if you want to just inhibit a couple of things, like the I and the T and Exit are prime real estate for Wellington. But it's pretty. It doesn't really matter here, I would say.
Yeah, so up do. He's just looking at like what's the worst thing that can happen if Wellington plays Vibrion and in you next turn, and then I drew garbage. Is there a chance that I can lose the end game? Just double check that math. But 24 points now would put him ahead 415 to 307. That should all but do it, even in the worst case scenario for Will. He's got just enough flexibility on that rack that he'll be just fine, I think.
Yeah, I think this is an educational moment where when you're ahead by so much, basically all you need to do is maintain the scoring pressure and, more importantly, keep a vowel and a consonant at all times. That way you're not going to draw all vowels or all consonants on your next draw. And if you don't have those problems, then you should be able to score something. And yeah, I think
this is crazy. This is crazy. Fructive played. Yeah, Fructive. Wellington did not play it. I think you just can't play Fructive. I think you lose the game if you do. Yeah, it makes it close, but you're not going to win it in the end game. And I think if you're Wellington, you must bingo out to win this game now. So I don't think this is a miss of Fructive. Wellington is so good. I think he sees it and knows I can't win if I make that play with this deficit.
Yeah, I mean, he's grasping at straws though. Like, I'm not sure if he saw it or not. It doesn't really matter. He can't score nearly enough for bingo next turn to actually win it for him. But I guess you have to try. So yeah, it's interesting. I don't think he lined it up on his rack, but sometimes in situations like these, we're sort of like bred to just try and win. Like, so, and if you know that playing a bingo right now and drawing 4 tiles is just going to lose you the game, then you don't even consider it sometimes. So that might be what we've seen here. It's just trying to draw something huge on the next turn.
Yeah, curious if that was a miss or not. I don't feel comfortable asking Wellington in the moment. There are certain players I'm very close with, and I'm happy to ask him that question, but I'm not going to walk up to a grandmaster and say, hi, did you miss this bingo on purpose? Or no, that's not my place, and that would be very tilt-inducing. I'm curious, though, and maybe the players who know Wellington better might have a better idea, but either an instructional miss or an accidental miss, but I think it's the only way to win the game. Although Will,
this is funny too. Like, look at this. I think Will is also like, okay, how can I lose? And he's like trying to figure out what the worst case scenario is. But he just have DAP zones here from the
he has DAP zones. Yeah, I don't think he's thought about bingoing, but.
Oh, there you go. He shakes his head because he's like, oh, I should have seen this instantly. But it's a situation where one player is like, how can I lose? And one player is, how can I win? And you're not necessarily thinking about, oh, I have this great word here. Like, it just doesn't come to you instantly and you don't even think about it. It's pretty cool that this happened like twice in a row in different circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, I'm immediately looking at the stuff in exit, and I'm like, all right, can I block all of this stuff in exit and make sure he doesn't bingo out? You know, I don't even think I would look at the D, at least not at first. So good job for Will not falling into that trap and smashing this one closed. That's going to be, I think, yeah, the final at this point. It's just let's make some plays and get to the end in this one. Vivo going to be the play for Wellington. Will draws BI and can go out with that in about 1,000 spots. And that's going to be the end of this one. After BI for Will in the bottom left corner, it's going to be 517 for the American and 359 for Wellington of Nigeria. That concludes game 3. Will pulls ahead 2 games to 1. And while we've had 2 games that kind of felt determined from the beginning, this one was a lot more interesting. Right up until Bedstead, it was back and forwards. Josh, what concluding thoughts do you have on this game?
Yeah, I think that Wellington made a little bit of an inaccuracy early on this game on the rower play, and Will just drew what he needed to take the lead and seize control of the game. But both players played very, very well, and I think we're ready, almost ready. I think we're going to just go straight to game 4 once the players are all set up. But I think a very well played game by both. Once again, there's some interesting decisions. I don't think either player played perfectly. And so it could have gone either way, but it was a very instructive game, I think.
Definitely instructive, and one where I think, somebody could go through and talk about the decisions that had to be made by these players and how they take probably 5 or 10 minutes to truly get to the right answer. But these players have 20 minutes to play the whole game. You can't possibly go through all the options. Lots of very challenging, very instructional turns there. Lessons to be learned in board shaping and blocks versus not blocking and threats. And like Josh said, I think I would not play that game anywhere close to perfectly, and I think almost nobody on the planet would, save maybe Nigel. But that was a challenging one for sure for both players, and Will comes out on top with a couple key draws at the end. Hearing players are taking just a brief bio break, but by brief I mean we are going to be back over the board in less than 60 seconds. So y'all watching at home, don't go anywhere. Maybe grab a pop or a little snack real quick, but Game 4 coming very, very, very soon. If you haven't done this yet, we have almost 500 people watching Scrabble today, which is awesome. Let's hit that like button. Make sure we continue to bump Scrabble streams up the algorithm. We will be here all weekend on Let's Play Scrabble, July 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, streaming the entire Albany, New York tournament, one of the biggest and most premier Scrabble tournaments of the year, this Albany July 4th tournament. Let's see if we can get to 200 likes by the end of this broadcast. I know there's a lot of people out there. I think the algorithm would love that. I think we can bring in some more folks. If you're here from the Will Anderson YouTube channel, welcome. If this is your first time watching Scrabble streams, welcome. Right here is the place where you want to do a lot of that. Let'sPlayScrabble.com. The channel run by Josh Greenway just brings all kinds of awesome Scrabble content. If you're interested in learning more about Scrabble, Let'sPlayScrabble.com, cross-tables.com, or this event brought to you by the North American Scrabble Players Association, or NASPA. Lots of places to find resources. But if you think this is kind of cool, I encourage you to dig a little deeper, do some exploring. Scrabble is awesome. Let's watch some Scrabble, shall we, Josh? Let's cut back over to the board. The players are back and situated. Game 4 about to begin. Will Anderson now 2-1. We'll get that graphic updated. Wellington down to 1-2. But I would never, ever count out Wellington in a championship. He is so good. Both of these guys are so good. And Wellington to play first in Game 4. Let's get this underway. I've got to get the score bug updated for y'all real quick. And with that, we are ready to go. Let's play Scrabble.
So I'm very curious to see if Wellington's going to continue to try and play very fast here. I know that he's not a slow player, but it seems like he's been trying to apply that time pressure with the reduced clock times. We're used to playing with 25 minutes per side in regular tournaments, but I'm really curious to see if he keeps trying Wellington to make his plays very, very quickly. I mean, he knows how to play fast. He finds his best plays almost every time and very quickly. But does he remember that Will Anderson won the 2021 Mega Blitz tournament, Blitz Champs? I don't know. Was he paying attention to that? Like Will knows how to he knows how to go full throttle. So I wonder if it's affecting him at all.
If you've ever seen Will do anything on, Aerolith, like he finds words instantly. I don't think time is going to be a big challenge. What a big challenge is this opening rack for Wellington, EROS.
Great play.
I think exchanging UV makes a ton of sense over S is a really powerful leave. Winning the sim is not what Wellington did. There's an option that's almost 3 points up on every other play. It's not VROU. It's exchange V.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
That feels nuts, but the UV combination generally so bad, but EROS, like exactly the combination that actually re-synergizes it together. So Quackle puts exchange just V up on a sim.
That's incredible.
It really is, yeah. That's wild.
One
anyway,
of the things you learn. Go ahead. Sorry, Matt. As we see Fab come down. I mean, I wanted to say one of the things you learn so early when learning how to play Scrabble and manage the letters you're leaving behind. VU is like the worst combo. Like there's almost nothing worse than VU. And yet in this position, I think Wellington was supposed to keep the V and the U together. That's incredible.
Scrabble is incredible because you'll never see the same position twice, and you just have to try to be flexible. But everybody's gut heuristic says get rid of VU there, except the simulation disagrees, and that's incredible. I wonder which players, if any, would actually think that through and grab those extra equity points. But wow, interesting. Will's found a great draw. So Wellington has one playable bingo on his second move, and that's overlaps, which plays for 69. He finds it instantly, and Will now, with protein and a bunch of other goodies on his rack, has to make a challenging decision. His highest scoring bingo is bonkers. It's 74 points, but it's the word inotrope right here, which sets up everything. Sets up, his O to crush there, sets up this line, throws the board wide open. So for just 70 points, Will can play pointers in this line here. He can consider playing inotrope through the O in the other way for just 68. He's got a number of sevens that play, but they give a bunch of stuff back as well. Tropine here puts an E in a triple line. Tropine here does the same thing. There's a lot of bingos for Will, and yet all of them seem like they suck. I think pointers might suck the least, even though you get crushed here a lot. I know trope is 74. Maybe you just take points. Josh, what do you think here?
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw it happen last game with the play on that top right of the board, the crime play. It could have been really, really bad for Will, but most of the time, or a significant amount of the time, your opponent's just not going to have it. And at least with inotrope, you're opening two huge spots rather than just one spot on top of the I and the N, using that top middle triple, and the spot above the O, the P, and the E, using that top right triple. So it might be just the perfect recipe of crazy to just take the points here, because playing pointers, you could get destroyed as well. You could see some overlap of the P, the O, and the I, scoring even more points than anything after inotrope. So I'm not sure. I think Will's taking his time here. He's really thinking it through. He wants to see everything first and then consider what to do. But I think I'd play inotrope and just gulp very loudly.
Yeah, your opponent has a random rack too, so Quackle Simulation more appropriate here than almost any other situation. Wellington has just bingoed. After inotrope for 74, Wellington averages 54 points per turn. But after pointers, Wellington still averages 49. So, you can get burned after almost anything you choose to do here, but you want to find the play that gets you burned the least often. On the flip side of that, after inotrope, Will next turn averages 52 points per turn. So because you throw the board wide open, both players going to score a ton. And after pointers, Will only scores 48 per turn. So just kind of a decision here. I'm going to give back a lot, but I'm going to get a lot, versus I'm going to play a little bit tighter and get a little bit less back. The sim prefers inotrope by about 3 points, but the sim is not, by all means the answer. In this iteration, Will chose very wrong, and you can see that on his face. Yeah. Wellington happens to have nearly the perfect counter to pointers, and the honk is 65 points in response. So 70 for Will's bingo, 65 back for Wellington, and Wellington is now ahead 134 to 86.
But Will's going to respond with at least boggiest.
Oh, yeah, Will's found a nice draw here. So Boggiest plays through that O and overlaps for 80. I guess it's good that he didn't play Inotropes through the O, so we could have it. He's got Braggiest as well, or Baggiest through the A in overlaps, his other options. But Boggiest, 8 points higher than his other options. I think he's got to do it here. Right, Josh?
Have you ever wanted to play egg beats, like egg beater? Sorry, my mind's wandering here. But yeah, Boggiest has to be the play. So Will was punished on the scoreboard for his choice of pointers, but the way the board was, the likelihood that something was going to happen instantaneously right after, such as Bogius was quite high. So we might have a very high scoring slugfest on our hands, although Wellington is a little bit stuck with the queue here.
Yeah, slugfest incoming. Boggiest gives Wellington a challenging decision too. This is fun. So through the blank I, QINDAR plays right now for 50. But QI plays for 20 and holds ADGINR with a number of floating lines. Do you score 50 or do you score 20 here, Josh?
You got to score 50, Matt. I mean, the board is so wide open that your very strong 6-tile leaves are really not as strong as they would normally be. If you have a more closed board, then keeping daring on your rack is going to benefit you a lot more because there are just fewer options. So the better letters you keep, the likelier you are to be able to use what few options you have. But on this board, I mean, like there's so many open letters. So taking the points here, I think, is definitely the correct choice.
So Wellington plays the 5 tiles and draws JLNWV. That is killer. I will point out, and I know Quackle has 1,000 flaws, QI won a sim by 3 points there, which just seems very counterintuitive. But I don't have enough time to dissect all those results and go through it. That's a crazy turn. ADGINR is very, very bingo prone. 82% for Wellington to bingo next turn in a vacuum. Of course, Will's going to try to play some defense and decrease that. But interesting turn, several interesting turns. And once again, Will's got to be a little tilted, feeling, well, I played pointers and I gave him honk for 65. And then I played Boggiest and then he got Kendar for 50. I keep setting him up. Will's got to keep that out of his head, though, stay calm and figure out how to navigate this turn. I think Wax through the A and Kendar for 26 feels like really solid. Leaves the E and overlaps to try to hit bingos through, synergizes really well with the T in Boggiest, but Waxed is also an option if you want to score 6 extra points. Wex, W-E-X, plays beneath pointers, making OPE, and Nox, that's 32. So Josh, do you play Wax here, or do you want to spend some more time and go through those other options?
Yeah, I like Wax. It could just be that Wellington's drawn into a humongous play spanning across those 2 pink squares, those double word scores. And Wax eliminates that possibility while keeping very nice letters. And Will might actually be able to draw something through that T of Boggiest if he's lucky. And yeah, now with his strong rack leave of CDERS, it's pretty likely Will's going to draw into something, although now that Kindar is on the board, we're starting to see things get a little bit tighter. So maybe I'm starting to see the logic of just dropping the Q for 20 points on the previous turn. But that's a very counterintuitive result to me.
Just
as we see Jingle
a series of really bonkers turns. And Wellington, there's a number of spots to score a ton of points on this board. The very top row playing through the T and Boggiest. And if I'm Wellington with the rack this bad, I feel terrible about that. My opponent can smack me for 43 turns in a row and I've got garbage. So I love what he did here. Just get rid of the junk. I'm going to keep a V and a W, but I can shed both of those next turn. I've got to stay flexible and dynamic. I don't think Wellington can make a play like Jar and Jaw and hold GILNV and hope to bingo on a board that's getting very tight. I love this play from Wellington. Play long, get through the bag, get some tiles that will score some points on this board. Josh, do you agree, or did I just make myself look stupid on the internet?
No, I like taking the points at the at the risk of keeping worse tiles in this position, as it's a close game. But it's crazy to look at simulation result saying, of course, the play of Jaw making Jar is a possibility, but Va making Var in the same spot is doing really well in the simulation. Not quite as well as Jingle, but keeping the J in this position is just so weird. This has been very bizarre. Like normally on these boards, you just have a clear and away best play. Like things are open. Maybe you have an 8-letter word. Maybe you have a scoring play. But these racks have been kind of awkward. So some bizarre results we're seeing looking over these plays.
I think several of the turns in this game have had like a fascinating degree of complexity to them. And especially with these players playing 20 minutes, it's like, oh my God, we can't talk about all of this. And I couldn't even think through all of this in this amount of time. These guys are so impressive to be doing it. Although I think there's also got to be a good degree of like, just go with your gut. I can't reason through it all. This one just feels better. Whoa. So this is an interesting decision from Will here. So EMRSUCD, the rack for him. And in the absence of bingos available, Will's just going to score a bunch of points and try to tighten things up. He's given away a lot of goodies to make this. This is not even generating on Quackle's list of plays. But I think there's something to be said for just getting through the bag and playing a bunch of tiles too. Josh, what do you think of Stumer? It's definitely a weird play from Will.
Yeah, I mean, and he played it pretty fast. I like it because there are tons of E's left to draw, so Will's E is not as impressive as it normally would be, especially now that the board has gotten quite tight. And so, yeah, I'm kind of liking, like you really, if you're Will, you want to race to draw like a high scoring play, and you just didn't really have one. It's pretty clear that Wellington didn't have an A or an O. I mean, certainly not an O last turn, or else he would play Jingo and Ob for a massive score to the B and Bogius. So, I mean, I'm not sure. It seems fine to me. It really does. But he did have the possibility, and I'm wondering if either of these players is going to spot that you can hook onto Jingle, making something like Jingled, and then play re-wax, just insert an E between that R and that wax. And that will most certainly be an option at some point, given how many E's are left for one of the players, I think. So we'll see. We'll see if either player sees or misses that very weird insertion.
God, even just playing DEAN right there is almost 50 points. That's incredible. I love that spot. It's going to come up, and I don't think either of these players will miss it, but that is definitely something to think about going forwards. Wow. Wellington has had just so many almost comedically bad draws in a row now. He held a VW, and we're talking about how good his play is, and then immediately OOU to go into it. That is the worst thing you can see in the VW. So he's going to have to just try to unmuck this rack, and WOO, I think, is about the most standard way you can do that. So that's what he's going to do here, and he's got to draw better because he can't draw much worse than he has the last couple of turns. BLUV, the rack for Wellington, as he pulls ahead by 19, and Will has a really fun rack. I love racks like this where I have a bunch of scoring options, and I'm probably going to keep something pretty synergistic. Just know I'm going to score 40 like all the time out of a rack like this. And that's exactly what Will is doing. Kime plays for 41 in this spot. Hetty, Heady, plays beneath Jingle, making JAID and NY for 44. But CM can get kind of clunky. I don't know. Looking at the vowels unseen, I think I'd actually keep the two consonants and play Hetty here. I think this is a slight misplay from Will. But in any case, he's going to score very well. What do you think about that turn, Josh?
No, I disagree. I think Chime makes a lot of sense. But you might be right, actually. Looking at the vowels, maybe I didn't consider that.
It's a tie.
Tons of vowels unseen. And so because of that, you're probably right. You're getting 3 more points as well with Hetty. And you're setting up the M for NYM right afterwards. So yeah, I think you're right. This was a missed opportunity for Will. But it is nice to keep that D for Jingled. I wonder if he sees it.
I bet that was part of the decision too, the D is very powerful on this board, but I don't know. That's one that could sim. That's one that, I would spend 6 minutes thinking about if I had finally figured out all the variables. That's a tough turn, but Will turns over 5 tiles, does find no consonants in the bag. There were tons of vowels, but he found that blank, and that's going to be huge. 2 blanks now. The second one for Will in this game, AADEIO blank. And what is coming here from Wellington? Looks like Bullier.
Yeah, this is a terrible situation for Wellington. This is the most points he can score. So now that the dust has settled, all the scoring spots have been taken. 22, and that's the best he can do in terms of score. So I'm not really sure if this is necessarily the right play. Maybe something like Yuva and JA could have been a better idea, but he is racing to try and draw that blank as well. It's just that the V, he's been saddled with that V ever since the jingle play, and he might not
because he
be able to play
exchanged it on the first turn.
Yeah, he's drawn 3 Vs.
Will has a fun turn as well now. Will does have a playable bingo, a radio, AERADIO, plays for 67 alongside Stumer, and just gives back enormous counter opportunities. Putting that O right at the end of the word allows killer plays here. Putting the R here allows killer plays here. So once again, Will can play a bingo, but it gives back the world to his opponent. However, Odea, ODEA, plays right here for 34 and holds AI blank. I'd be a little hesitant to hold AI blank with 19 vowels and 16 consonants unseen, but I'd be a little hesitant to play a radio in this situation too. Josh, what do you think? Bingo, like Will says, or keep things closed off here?
I think this is the second version of the inotrope decision, and I think he's making the right one this time. Opening those 2 scoring spots, it's kind of hard to overlap the blank R and go all the way down to take away both of those scoring spots. You see that double letter score right next to the O and A radio. I think it's close for sure, keeping the blank for like 35 points. But yeah, there aren't like the only huge threat was if Wellington had the Z. But at a tie score, I think taking 67 and then scoring maybe 30, 40 next turn is as good as you can get.
So the bingo is what Will opts to play. I have no idea if that's right or not, but I do know it's gutsy. He probably just has to make a decision. And now Wellington with a decision to make. You see him deliberating between Fava and Fave. In a vacuum, everybody wants to hold the E over the A, but look at the unseen distribution. There's 2 A's and 4 E's. Look at the score. Wellington probably needs a big play to get back into this game. He wants to keep this board alive. So putting that E at the bottom makes it easier for him to bingo 2. And getting rid of an E makes it less likely that he's going to draw a bunch of them and get into trouble here. I like that he's taken the extra second and opted to play FAVE when I think a lot of people would insta-play Fava in that situation. Josh, agree or disagree?
Yeah, this is a great decision by Wellington, putting that E out there for himself. He's at a deficit. There are still lots of E's to come. I really like this decision by Wellington. You could easily see him drawing into something that isn't what he actually drew, but like just something ending in ATE. And now Will with 3 I's and 2 E's, and he's staring down the barrel of a potential huge play through that R and A radio. So he didn't get what he wanted. He didn't get his scoring play after Wellington's scoring play, and he might be regretting the decision now, but he only has under 7 minutes, so he needs to decide what to do here. There aren't many great options, are there?
No, and the unseen pool is like decorations, which is, not what you want to see. Like your opponent is in bingo range so often, but then you got to have some hope that UUYZ and having a lot of vowels and not too many consonants. Like you got to hope that he doesn't have great stuff sitting out of that. Fave can mean almost anything. Like that's a play Wellington's forced to make out of almost any rack, and you can't get a great leave on you can't really think through what his leave could be. But this is so tough for Will. There's one option that seems awesome. KIERIE plays for 20, but then that gives so many floaters back to get bingoed through. The Jingler spot, the Rewax spot is there. Jingler, Rewax, and REI is an option. Weenier, as Will's putting down here, is an option. Holding II with 2 more to draw. You can see he puts it down. I think he realized that it's going to give back ZE.
Yeah, that's what he's realized. He's like, well, yeah. I want to take away that scoring spot through the RNA radio, but actually the problem is I'm giving one back. So what he's trying to prevent, putting that N in the way of that triple word score, he's actually still giving back a possibility of a big Z play making ZE. So I don't know. That might still be the correct decision. This is a really, really horrible draw for Will. He was averaging over 40 points on after air radio, and he's barely going to score 20 this turn. So he actually might be at a slight disadvantage here, just all things considered. So you might have to just play something, score something, and just hope for a good draw. And he's playing rain.
Play something, score something, and hope for a good draw is exactly what he's doing here. REIN, look at him just staring it down. Like, he doesn't feel good about this play, but there is no play this turn that is going to make you feel good. Your rack sucks, your options suck, and you've just got to pick the one that you think is the least bad.
He did have 36. Hard. Matt, yeah, I don't know. I think he hasn't seen it. I think he hasn't seen the jingler insertion there. He could have played the same word, keeping the third eye. It might not be a better play, but I'm pretty sure neither player is aware of that spot. It's just still in play, even after the play of Bullier. But yeah, REIN is the play, and Wellington drawing 3 T's out of that beautiful unseen pool. So some bizarre fireworks, but fireworks nonetheless.
There's not going to be a lot of fireworks left for Will. If you're Wellington, look at that unseen distribution. Yeah, there's the Z, and otherwise there's a ton of vowels, 13 vowels and just 7 consonants. Will's going to be in trouble a lot of the time, and Wellington's got to take some pleasure in that. Ducat, the play here. TATU plays in this same spot, making JAIT and Nub for 26, but Wellington going to opt to score some more points here and retain the double T leave. And I think maybe that's something you want to do. There's so many vowels to draw. You want to stabilize with consonants. And Will, not in good shape. Into his EII, he's found another I, an O, a U, and a D. And this is not good. The unseen pool, unseen to Will, is not good. And I think he's playing really fast here. IURE for 12, and he's hit the clock. So that's the play he's going to make. I think they're in a little time pressure here.
Yeah.
He's just got to do something.
But he wants to get rid of that spot. Sorry, go ahead.
Wellington can bingo for 106.
Oh.
So this game's over.
I see that.
Wow.
Mackerel.
Holy mackerel is right. Testily plays a double beneath that rain for 106.
This is a moment. I mean, he has all the time in the world. He's seeing it. Is he going to see the spot? He's going to see the spot.
Oh, he will. He's already got it set up. Look at that. Wow. What a switch of events. Will finding the worst possible draw after Eeyore. And I think the biggest thing is how quickly can Wellington count this. These doubles with overlaps are so tricky to count. But wow. Testily, 106 points, exactly what the doctor ordered, and Wellington surging ahead 452 to 370.
The brutal grace with which he laid that play on the board. You can tell that he knows how big of a deal that play is. Ouch.
See, Will's face says it all. Like, I was worried about the Z. I tried to obstruct a radio, and the Z overlaps as best I could. And then I got beat by Testily. The Z was in the bag, and now he's going to hit me with it next turn. All right, I guess that's how Scrabble goes sometimes. But what a testament to Wellington, who drew just some absolutely horrendous wrecks. Jingle holding VW, Bullier holding AV. Wu holding BLUV, and he navigated just absolutely abysmal draws, did what he could to try to stay in the game, and then finally when the opportunity dropped, Testily for 106, put this thing away. That's incredible. Way to go from Wellington. What a display. Way to show the perseverance there as well, and just keep your head up. I think a lot of people turn their brains off after that string of bad draws. Not Wellington. He decided to win. What a game.
Yeah, crazy stuff. If you don't like that, you don't like, what should I say, North American, NASPA games, Scrabble. I don't know. I think time has run out for that that
If
quote
this
there.
game was
But
not entertaining to you, you're not in the right place. If it was, let me tell you something you can do. You can hit that subscribe button on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. There is so much high level Scrabble brought to you on this channel. It's not always world champs, but it is always entertaining. Josh has a great group of commentators who come in and do this stuff, puts on several premier events every year. If you like watching Scrabble, NWL, or CSW, hit that subscribe button. And if you're just dropping in for the first time, there are so many competitive Scrabble resources out there for you. Cross-tables.com, or the North American Scrabble Players Association, is probably where you want to start. Let's Play Scrabble.com has a bunch of information about major upcoming tournaments as well. I cannot encourage you enough to just get out there and give it a try. You're not going to play Will Anderson or Wellington in your first tournament. There are divisions to these things. You don't need to be well-versed. You just need to have a good attitude, and you will pick up the rest in due time. But Scrabble is so awesome, so deep, as I think these last two games have shown us. Every decision you make has such huge consequences in how you shape the board and what you do and don't open up for your opponent. And man, it is just an awesome sub-community to be a part of, especially with the advent of just this incredible scene that is blowing up in Africa right now, bringing us greats like Wellington. And there are so many young players from Africa right now whose future in this game are so bright. Get into Scrabble. This is the right time to be getting into Scrabble. There's some cool stuff out there. I'll step off the soapbox now. Will just has to make a play as he runs out of time. Idiot plays beneath testily with 4 overlaps for 27. But Oatid, also an option. Will just kind of doing something and trying to get this game over with. We're going to be tied at 2-2. We will put the headsets back on for these players and ask them a few questions. I'm not going to ask about missed bingos, but any other decisions or turns you really want to hear about, chat, this is a great time to put those in. And Josh and I will try to plug as many of those questions as we can before we let these two guys step away from the board and take another little break. That's going to be it for game 2. NAZE comes down for Wellington. Will's just got to make an outplay here, and we're done with this one. But wow, what a set so far. Josh, what kind of words or thoughts do you have about all this?
yeah, I mean, that was a really, really, really cool game, one that can be analyzed ad nauseum. We're gonna have to gather our thoughts here and ask the two champs about a couple of things, and then let them continue about their best of 7 series. Of course, sponsored by NASPA Games and hosted by Let's Play Scrabble.com. We had a question in chat as well about how the two doubles interacted. And yeah, the way that Testily is scored is you get the face value, 10 points, then you multiply it by 4. That's 40 points. Then you get 6 points for net, 3 points for tie, 7 points for fens. Then you get 50 extra points for the bingo, and that's why it was 106. As the players are getting ready, if you guys have any questions for them specific to the last 2 games, let us know. Yeah, we're ready.
Yeah, so Wellington and Will, just wow. Each of those last 2 games was back and forwards, a number of extremely challenging decisions on both ends for both of them. So thank you for the entertainment. We are thoroughly entertained. Thank you for guaranteeing at least 6 games of this. Everybody is stoked about that. But this one, wow, a number of important decisions. I think the first big one was on Will's end. The placement of the bingo in EINOPRT, pointer versus inotrope at the top, and then Wellington with the perfect counter. Will kind of talk us through your thinking on that turn, and then your thinking as you saw Honk come down.
I was absolutely expecting that was possible there. I was hoping that pointers was kind of an intermediate step between, the plays I was considering, Terpenol to the L of overlaps for only 64, pointers for 70, inotrope for 74. So a bunch of options, maybe more. I guess, sevens off of the S of overlaps, which I think you could probably discard as not enough points and good enough defense. So the other three positions, and I was just hoping that I could escape with a play after pointers that wasn't quite as damaging. Enotrope scores more, and it makes 2 spots, so that's appealing. But I just felt like there's a larger percent chance that I escape without such a heavy play after pointers, just because the P in that spot is very, requires either an O or a U, which isn't a lock. And even if you have those tiles, you might not have the scoring, tile that you need to hit that I. So calculated risk didn't work out super well. That being said, had I played Enotrope, he's still playing that, I think, or well, maybe not. Actually, maybe he would have had something else, maybe, but not guaranteed with those styles. So anyway, a lot going on. Not sure what the computer or the audience wanted, but tough one to suss out.
No, it's always tough to make those decisions and then see, oh, this is exactly what I didn't want to happen come down. But that's part of the game, and that's how it goes. Yeah, we have no thoughts one way or the other, except this is a tough turn, and I'd be rather upset if I were Will. And then Wellington, you had just a string of turns in this game where you had abysmal draws back to back to back. The turn with Jingle holding VW, and then drawing OOUB into that VW and having to play Woo, and then finally navigating your way out after the play of Bullier holding AV. We were all shocked at just how elegantly you played through several bad draws in a row and pulled this one out. Kind of guide us through your thinking on those turns.
When your hand isn't going as you would have desired, I'm one for advocating for just going with the motions of the game. Just keep making the best move that you can make at this very instance, and hope for better draws next turn. And even when the next turn comes and it's still probably even worse than the previous one, you just still put the focus on making the best move at this point in time. And that was what I tried to do all through those relatively terrible draws. And I'm happy that I had one last minute of a lucky dip with Testily. And I'm glad it paid off.
Yeah, after a string of bad draw, you had a perfect one to put the nail in the coffin on this one. Will, we wanted to ask you about one more decision you made here. That was the bingo of A radio. That was also an incredibly hard turn. And again, I have no thoughts other than like, well, you picked one of them and then, it didn't seem to work out. But I guess talk us through, how close were you to playing Odeya or another play beneath Jingle, kind of slotting in there, or passing on that bingo in general?
So as soon as Bullier went down, that was pretty devastating to me, actually, because I felt like the runaway best play would have been DEI in that spot, Jingled, Rewax, and LI there. I would have played that in a heartbeat, even if it left 3 vowels and a blank, just because it scores so well. But then after Wellington plays that I, it feels like that's no longer palatable to leave 4 vowels and a blank for basically not, a solid number fewer points than I would have gotten previously. So I was basically at that point, I'm hoping the best thing you can say about A radio is that it opens 2 spots. So if I draw something kind of balanced after that, you get hit with the Z, you can get hit with all kinds of stuff. But as long as I draw something okay, I should be able to hit one of the 2 spots. And of course, after Fave got Wellington pretty close, I had a brutal rack. You saw I put Weenier on the board thinking it blocks things like Zero and Zorai through the R of A radio, but then obviously the E I see on the board makes it just as good of a Z spot, if not better. So I just went with Rain to try to grab as many points as I could and hope to withstand a good scoring play. And clearly it did not work out. So, yeah.
You were scared of the Z. You were scared of 40 or 50. You were not expecting 106-point double from Wellington. And sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. I could ask you 1,000 more questions about these last 2 games. They've been fascinating. But luckily, I know of a YouTube channel that breaks games down for us, and I expect we're going to get some good content out of this set. These have been awesome games, guys. We're going to let you take a little bio break, stretch your legs out. For those watching at home, we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere. Share this link around because games 5, 6, and hopefully 7 are sure to carry a lot more action. Thanks, Will. Thanks, Wellington. We appreciate your time, and we will be back with more Scrabble in about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Apologies to our viewers at home. I'm getting from our production team that we're actually going to give the players the opportunity to eat a little bit of dinner. So this is not going to be 5 or 10 minutes. This is going to be 30 minutes. Play will resume at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 Central. I apologize. I don't know the time difference to Nigeria, but I know Wellington has a ton of supporters here as well. But 30 minutes of break, and we will be back for games 5, 6, and maybe 7. Until then, get some food, touch some grass, and we'll be right here on Let's Play Scrabble. welcome back, everyone. Did the Zoom mute thing again. Having some fun with our telestrator as well. Anyway, welcome back, everyone. Let's just pretend like those last 30 seconds didn't occur. We are tied 2-2 in our best of 7 matchup between Wellington Jighere and Will Anderson. I'm stoked because we get at least 6 games. Hopefully we get 7, but we will find out soon. Josh, what are your initial thoughts, and what are you looking forward to in these next 3 or 2 games?
Just more of the same, really. It's just been awesome to witness and watch and cover. Yeah, obviously, the closer the game, the more spectacular the finish. But yeah, Scrabble is Scrabble, and every game is different. Every position is different, and I'm looking forward to taking a deep dive.
Yeah, I definitely hope we see more games like games 3 and 4, just back to back to back, tough decisions for both players. That's why these guys make the big bucks. Sort of. They are playing for big bucks today. $250 goes to the winner of what is now just a best of 3 after they've split the first 4. I don't know the conversion to Nigerian Naira offhand, but I'm sure it is a hefty sum of money for either one of these players, and they both like to win it. We do want to give a little bit of plug and promotion before we get back to the stream. Want to give another reminder that today is the final day to register for the 2024 Scrabble Players Championship. That championship, sponsored by NASPA, or the North American Scrabble Players Association, is going to be in South Bend, Indiana from July 20th to 24th. Been saying 21st to 25th. It'll be the 20th to the 24th. Again, today is the last day to register. There are divisions for NWL and CSW, a number of NWL divisions as well. So if you have any interest in going to South Bend, or if your buddy had any interest in going to South Bend, now is the time to register, or to get your buddy to register. It's a great event. NASPA always does a great job with their championship. $10,000 at stake for first prize. It's going to be a good time. And of course, if you can't make it for whatever reason, it will be streamed. Games 1 through the final, whatever round that actually takes us to, it'll all be streamed. That stream will be on twitch.tv/Scrabble. So if you haven't found that channel yet on Twitch, or you're not familiar with it, give it a little bookmark and we will be there. I will be anchoring the broadcast July 20th all the way through the 24th, for better or for worse. You're stuck with me. So find us there on Twitch, July 20th to 24th. And speaking of finding high-level Scrabble on the internet, if you haven't yet, let me do it one more time. Hit that subscribe button down below, and subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble, where Josh Greenway and his squad put all sorts of awesome videos, tournaments, and events together. With that being said, I don't think the players are quite at the board. Yes, they are. Okay, perfect timing from them. So let's cut over to the action. That's what everybody is here. And let's get some more Scrabble underway. Will versus Wellington. Will gets to go first in game 5 because he drew the draw to go first in round 1. We're just alternating from there. So Will with the advantage in this game, and we'll see if the pattern holds. The player who has played first in these games so far is 4-0. Can Will hold serve, or is this Wellington's time to shine? Game 5 coming up in just a moment. Will's going to shake the bag and grab those 7 tiles. I'm stoked.
Yeah, so am I. And we'll see if we have a combo breaker here. It was noted that each player that has gone first has won their game. So Will, Welly, Will, Welly. Now it's Will again. There's a significant advantage to going first in Scrabble. I think the latest stats say between 15 and 20 points. But most games of Scrabble end with a larger deficit than 20. So be that as it may, let's see what Will's got. Does he have a exchange 1 situation or exchange 2?
This is challenging. Exchange 1, either exchange just the I, exchange just the O, exchange both the O and the I, or play OI for 4 points, maybe even play GIO for 8. But this is challenging for sure. I think exchanging is the thing to do, and it's so tight between exchange 1 and exchange 2. But I think the big thing is what Will did. Just don't spend too much more time. Pick one and just kind of do it. Any further analysis on that turn for Will before we pass on?
Yeah, I mean, if you have 25 minutes, maybe you can try and iterate through every single one-tile draw. We could have talked about that on the last game as well, where Welly opened with an exchange 2 instead of an exchange 1. But if you're exchanging one tile, you can look at every single possible tile you are potentially going to draw and see how likely it is that you're going to draw a 7-letter word and maybe even an 8-letter word. So that's what Will would have been able to do if this wasn't 20 minutes per side, where you just have to go with your gut when you know it's close.
And Will's exchange works to perfection. He's found the 8 or 7-letter feasing, Feesing, plays in 2 or 3 separate spots. Actually, you can play either with Fe or with Ef alongside novated, right there or right there. Either of those is going to score 80 points, or feasing and novated right here is going to score 74, taking the front hook out. I think you take the 80-point option, and I think you play on top, but I'm not totally sure. Josh, what do you think?
Yeah, I think playing on top makes sense. My least favorite 4-letter word is not playable, or is still playable after that, feod. I know very well that if you have FEOD and an ing word is placed exactly as we're about to see it, oh, not quite. If it was one spot to the right, well, my analogy is dead. If it was one spot to the right, feod would play for 50 points. But yeah, no, I think this placement makes the most sense because more words end in S than start in S, so you're reducing Wellington's chances of getting an 8-letter word. And the overlaps are also, I think, a bit more difficult.
So Will last game faced a where do I play my bingo decision, and it seemed like it backfired pretty hard on him each time he had to make that. He made it twice. This time it seems like it actually works okay. There are a number of floaters that give Wellington a counter bingo, D, G, R, S, T. Any of those would have given Wellington a bingo, but they're not going to score very much at all. This one, Pygmalion, is one of his 2 playable bingos, just scores 64. The other one, Paeanism, Paeanism through the S, is just 66. So Will does yield a bingo after his bingo, but it is a low-scoring one, and you got to feel okay about that. If you're going to give it up, might as well score very little. So Bingo Bango puts Wellington ahead 92-80, and Will has a great post-bingo draw, but it looks like we're going to see a challenge here. It's just 5-point challenge in the CSW game. So Will challenging Pygmalion here is going to give Wellington just 5 additional points for the play. So instead of 64, that play now going to score 69 as this turns up valid. Shout out to Art Moore. You see him in the bottom for his wordjudge.me that we now use at tournaments. And 5 additional points for Wellington is actually going to make the score 97-80. But in either case, Will looks to respond. AEILSSV was his pull, and he will have 2 playable bingos on the next turn. Both of them are the same word. It's just a matter of where you put it. And that word is Vessails, Vessails, through the S in feasing. Looks like there should be more bingos here. And I think Will might spend a little time looking at these floaters before pulling the trigger on the sad 65-pointer. Anything you want to add about this turn or the sequence we just saw, Josh?
I don't know. 65 after 80 seems pretty good to me. It does look like Will would have something else, something better. So he's going to look through all the floating letters on the board, the OVA of ovated, the EAN of Pygmalion, the P potentially, and the S and the I, and probably come to the conclusion that his only playable bingo is Vessails. And if he finds that, which I fully expect, I think he's going to play the placement that puts the first S in a 3rd position, so the VE on top of the S of feasing, because I think that's just a better placement. You'd rather not put an E in between those 2 pink squares, the double word scores, because any ER, ES, ED word is 7 letters long is going to quadruple in value.
Pardon my horrific handwriting on the telestrator. I should have been a physician because my handwriting is so bad, but alas, I'm just a pharmacist. I think this placement, as Josh puts out, probably the more strategic. Otherwise, Will, if he shifts it up a space, would put the E right here in a double-double line and the S right here in a double-double line. Gives up like EST bingos here, gives up ER, ED, all kinds of stuff here. So I think Will has to take the option that Josh has pointed out. Once he identifies that, unfortunately, Vesales for 65 is all he's going to be able to score out of what looks like it should score 75 or 80 most of the time. Can't complain, though. If you're going to play a bingo and draw another bingo out of the bag, you really should never, ever complain. And if you do, I automatically hate you.
Thanks for that, Matt. And what's going to be interesting here is how quickly, if at all, Wellington spots far and away, I think, his best play here. The S of Vesales giving him the word stomia through the S and the M for 32 points. That's a very tough find, but we are trained in the art of seeing what a play has changed in the board position. So the Vesales has changed many things, and one of those things is that there's now an S 3 spots from that M. So we'll see if Wellington spots this. He has other options as well, but nothing scoring nearly as much and leaving very, very well as Stomia.
Yeah, Stomia, clear and away option number 1 for Wellington, but the way you have to construct that word, finding overlaps and kind of sandwiching it in there, it is tough to spot, especially when MOU just feels like a very intuitive play here. AINOT is pretty much the best you're going to be able to keep here. You'd love to drop a second O as well, but it's very hard to play off OOU at the same time without like a floating Z for Uzo or something. I think Wellington's going to miss Stomia here. I think many players would miss Stomia here, but points left on the board indeed for Wellington on this turn. MOU for 15 gives a volatile AINOT leave, and Will now not quite able to bingo out of this rack. He'd love to make 3 in a row, but still a lot of scoring options for him. Will ahead 145 to 112 after bingoing on 2 straight turns and has 40 points lined up on this rack. Boink alongside Pygmalion, making BA and ON, dropping the K on the nice double letter score down there is 40 points. And I think obviously his play here, maybe KOB alongside Pygmalion, keep things a little bit tighter, but I think you've got to score 40 if you can, right, Josh?
Yeah, and actually MOU, the engine is a fan of that play over Stomia. It's possible Wellington did miss the play, the 32-pointer to play 15 for MOU, but when you crunch the numbers, the engine is not sure if MOU is better or worse than Stomia. So it was interesting. Wellington hesitated a little bit to make that play. I wonder if he was thinking that there was maybe something else in the position. But MOU comes down and then boink. And if you're going to put a letter in a triple lane after your opponent's played off 2 vowels for 15 points, a K isn't that bad. But we might see boink back. That'd be really funny.
A patented double boink into boink. We might see it. We might not. Wellington has other options that are also good. Batik in the same spot. Obtained plays down to the ED for 36. But we might see the double boink. I would have played it immediately for the content, if nothing else. But Batik, not a bad option either. BATIK. It is a verb, so you could, holding the IN if you pull one of those 2 Gs. Batiking is available for nearly 50 next turn. Obtained, just play a ton of tiles with 2 unseen blanks. Also makes some sense to do here. This is a tough turn. But the double boink is kind of what I'm rooting for just for content. Josh, what do you see here?
Yeah, the reason you'd play Batik over boink is the defensive placement of the 3rd letter of that word, because that 3rd letter goes right below one of those dark blue squares, the triple letters. And you wouldn't want, if you're Wellington, Will, to come back with a play through the end, making 2-letter words, scoring 40, 50 points. So it's possible the defensive merits of putting a T instead of an I in that square is worth it.
Yeah, man, this is a tough turn for Wellington, but I think regardless of what he does, Will's going to have a huge play. He's on bingo prone stuff. Floating E gives him feedlots, for instance, but he also just has 57 points next turn and can hold an S. FLOTED plays in the 14th column right here for 57 points. So that's absolutely killer. And I don't see any reasonable play from Wellington that would take that option away from Will next turn. So Will's just had a number of very high scoring draws back to back to back. And here it comes. Unfortunately, not the double boink, but boink into Batik, setting up potentials for ING. As Josh said, the defensive merits of this play also far better than boink, which gets hit by QIN and QI for a bunch, like so often. So Batik here, and I think Will almost insta-plays FLOTED once he recognizes that there are no other bingos for him. This is
sorry, Matt. I'm going to leave. I'm very upset that we didn't see boink, the double boink. I think I've had enough of this. No, but seriously, that would have been so funny.
I'm going to leave too. This is a solidarity protest from the commentaries.
What about that draw?
We're upset. That is a great draw. Wow. So he's pulled like joinery. Joinery innovated. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow. So not quite batiking, but I think Wellington will certainly take this draw. That's going to keep him in the game, despite the huge play coming from Will. Whoa. This is going to be another good game, I think. Goodness.
Yeah. If we see joinery come down, Will's going to have... a 18-point lead. Is that the only bingo for Wellington? Making novated. It's kind of an interesting hook. I mean, I'm sure both players, when you see the word ovate or ovated on the board, you then see the N hook. So I'm sure Wellington's going to see it eventually if he hasn't already. But it's going to be a close game. Oh, but ERS for Will. So that's very good. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think we're going to see another bingo.
Wow. Yeah, what a draw. So joinery coming down from Wellington, his only bingo, though I will point out JOE plays alongside Visales for 39, holding INY blank. Joyance also plays for 64 as a double-double. But joinery, I think, his best play. Wellington agrees. And 79 for Wellington to bring him back up, though he can't expect Will has found a rack so good after just playing off 6 tiles. Number of bingos available for Will. That number, in fact, is 3. His highest scoring option scores 74. He's also got a 70-pointer and a 63-pointer all available for him. I won't spoil those yet, just so that people in chat can sound smart instead. But another bingo we expect from Will here, and he'll continue to nurse this lead that he's built up since his first turn exchange.
Yeah, if he spots and plays the highest scoring bingo here, that's a beautiful find. It does not, the placement of this word does not make sense. Like, it does not feel like there would be a word in that spot. It is through the Y of joinery. But I mean, it looks like he's missing it, but it might be worth the sacrifice. It might be worth not opening what oystered, the word we're talking about, would have opened down the left column. But I think this is a miss, because you can already play down to the Y, down from the Y.
Yeah, I think a small miss here from Will. Oyster just barely fits in that spot, and it's hard to look through that Y in the second spot. Maybe not a miss too. Like, it's only a 4-point difference between the plays, and maybe there's something he likes about this one. But worsted's coming down instead, the alternate spelling of WORSTED, which is also a sneaky back S hook to drop on people. And Wellington has a rack that I am very excited for everybody to learn from. AEGINRU. Everybody needs instruction on how to play racks like this, and you have to adapt these racks to the board, to the score, to the opponent. Nobody is better to watch through turns like this than Wellington. except perhaps Nigel. So I'm very excited. He has 36 points available if he wants to blow up the rack. He can just fish for 7 and keep some really bingo prone stuff. He can split the difference and play something like Juga holding EINR. I am very curious to see how Wellington plays through this. Josh, what do you expect to see here?
So he's gonna play. This is a good play of reneged. As of note, Will has 312 at this point. And yeah, Wellington. Okay, he finds the anagram unagreed, scoring a little bit more, and this makes perfect sense. His rack is good if he gets rid of the U, but the board is not. He's really wanting to open that top part of the board, and instructional this turn is. He has great tiles, but he realizes the issue at hand, and that's that he's down by almost 100 points, and the board is not good for bingos. So that's why he plays unagreed. I very much like this play.
I love what he did, but the problem with a play like unagreed is sometimes those floaters give your opponent Toxicant for 94 points. And that's what's happened here. You have to take the shot if you're Wellington. You can't get caught up fishing on a board that is quickly dying against someone with board control as excellent as Will. You just have to take this shot. You have to keep scoring points. And hey, if he drew the second blank and plays Toxicant for 94, that's a risk I have to take. But just because it didn't work in this instance, Wellington, I think, did exactly what you have to do out of that rack. A great decision, and he's just going to get smacked down hard by Will. Toxicant, 94 points. Will drops it almost instantly because that's Will, and he now surges ahead 406 to 260 in Game 5 of this best of 7 set. Wellington finding a boatload of vowels. He's got to feel his chances in this one slipping away quickly. And he's going to play Hyla on top. I think potentially also HIOI beneath Toxicant is an option, but perhaps seeing just 6 unseen vowels to 16 consonants, Wellington feels okay about holding this EIO combination, and he's just got to see where it takes him. And I think I agree. Score points, keep vowels, see where the tile bag takes you. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, fully agree with this decision. Wellington's down 146 points. He needs to take every single point that he can muster up here and just hope for a miracle. Hope that he draws all the vowels, and Will is just saddled with all of the consonants. Unfortunately, with those vowels, Wellington has drawn a Q, which is going to slow him down a little bit. And Will has a U, at the very least, and a Y, which is a semi-vowel. The Y can be used as a vowel in many situations. And yeah, just a very clear play, taking out the huge threat potential of vertical bingo, which just fits next to the ERY of joinery that Wellington could have drawn into. So this play of Murray makes all the sense in the world. I don't think there's anything to consider there other than that.
Yeah, I think Murray just definitely the best play. Keep the scoring pressure on, rush towards the end of this game, just does all the right things. And it looks like Will, at this point, after a series of big events, probably going to coast to a victory. Wellington got a sliver of hope because he drew those vowels. He's got to know there's not many left for Will, but Will was able to go in and find just enough vowels to keep his rack flexible. He's not going to run into trouble here. He's going to keep steering the ship towards a Game 5 victory. Unclad plays to the right side of Pygmalion for 37, holding an R. I guess that gets hit by Z plays sometimes, but when you can score that much, you can do almost anything and win this game. Oh, wow, that escalated very quickly.
Yeah, this is going to be over pretty soon. And yeah, speaking of flexible, this is a very flexible position for Will, where he can flex his knowledge of the 6-letter word unclad. And yeah, it does empty the bag, but he doesn't have to worry about anything in this position. So yeah, whatever Will does, he'll win the game. Unclad would be just a very nice finishing touch to this masterpiece of a game, where I really don't know if Wellington went wrong. Maybe MOU was inaccurate, but Wellington played extremely well. And so did Will. So yeah, we just see sometimes you just draw thing after thing, and your opponent can catch up to you.
Will has made 8 plays and has 446 points. So grab a calculator, do a little bit of math. You can't keep up with that. Like there's just sometimes that happens in Scrabble, especially against his players as good as Will. If they're going to get the stuff, sometimes this is just going to happen, and you just can't keep up with 55 points a turn. So yeah, I mean Wellington I think has played a clean sheet here. Just sometimes this happens. That's Scrabble. And it's not like he didn't have shots. He felt like he was still in the game until Toxicant came down. There were still paths to victory. But so it goes.
Yeah, Toxicant was ridiculous.
Question in the chat, why did Will put his hand in the bag even with all his tiles? That's a very standard procedure at the end of the game. You want to know exactly how many tiles are left in the bag, so you can pace your play accordingly. Make sure your tracking is correctly as well. I do that all the time. So Will probably reached in the bag, wanted to make sure there were definitely 4 to verify that the tracking he has, as you see in the top right, was correct. And he probably doesn't want to play exactly 4 tiles, just in case Wellington has an out bingo and Will would get stuck with a rack of all 7 tiles. So you are allowed to do that. According to the rules, you must first expose the hand that is going into the bag, like show that your hand is empty, hold it palm out to your opponent, and then you can reach in and do whatever you want. Just don't look at it.
Yeah, very similar to if you're familiar with the chess standard procedure of adjusting your piece, or jadoub. It's pretty much the same idea. You're just making sure everything is in order. And we love our order. I mean, I don't know, I feel like a lot of over the board Scrabble is a tactile experience, and just reaching into the bag, it kind of feels good. Never know what's in there until the very end, and the clinking of the tiles. I'll stop before I get a little weird. One question that I have for chat. There is one playable bingo from Will's perspective. The unseen letters EEGHIOPR WWZ. Can you spot the only playable bingo on this board? There's only one thing, and actually Wellington is one letter off that bingo.
Oh my god, that's incredible. It's not even the highest scoring available possible option on this play from Will's perspective, but that's awesome. And yeah, he's 1 dial off. That's the most awesome part of it all.
Yeah, you can also adjust in Scrabble if a tile is outside of the little grids that the boards have to keep them in their place. But yeah, the playable bingo, for those wondering, is overway through the V of novated, the E of Orsted's. And Will's actually, I think he's going to block it. I wonder if he saw it. That'd be amazing. But yeah, Unclad's still the best play, but it's curtains no matter what. So yeah, whatever Will does.
Curtains no matter what is exactly correct. That's it for this one. And Will thwarting overway. I'm sure that's precisely why he played Udon. That's entirely sarcasm, by the way. And you can basically stick a fork in this one. Now it is over as Wellington empties the bag with WE to score some points. He's going to draw just 1 tile out of there. So even an out bingo, not a possibility, as Will reaches in and finds GZW.
Yeah, that must feel interesting to draw those 3. But yeah, there are lots of high scoring tiles unseen to Will. The reason he played Udon, I mean, maybe he saw the threat of overway, but I think it was mainly to leave a tile in the bag. He reached into the bag to see how many tiles were left. He saw there were 4, and he played 3. So no matter what, he's going to get another turn to do something. And this is a very common thing near the end of the game. It's very valuable to try and be the first person to go out to use all of your tiles. And the best way to do that tends to be forcing your opponent to make a play at some point that empties the bag, that uses that draws into every single remaining tile left. That way they don't know what they're going to have, and you're going to be first to play a sequence and try to use all of your letters. So that can be very, very useful in this game, of course. It doesn't really matter, but if the scores were a lot closer, it might.
Yeah, I mean, end games are so challenging to solve in some cases, so easy to solve in others. But I mean, do you actually spend the time and the mental energy to find perfect end game in a best of 7? Maybe. I don't know. That's a personal decision for you to make. I'm trying to figure out why Chant Player even thinks certain in-game sequences are the best, but it likes Gazar, Gazar, through the A and novated as its top end game for reasons. I guess you have 2 outs. You have Clue and trying to see the other one. Oh, you have Clue in 2 spots. So yeah, that guarantees the out in 2 if you play Gazar, hold C, hold W. I think Colza and MYC or Cause and MYC are other options, but you don't guarantee the out in 2 with those. But he's going to
actually,
anyway.
Will is threatening Cowl through the O of Worsteds after the play of Gazar, which scores 28 points.
That's even better.
Yeah, Wellington would probably have to block that if he wants to play the optimal sequence, but then Will play Clue through the second E of Worsteds. And that is a Scrabble end game for you guys. Again, in many tournament situations, it does matter. The tiebreaker that we use to determine who among those that have the same win and loss record is in first place or is doing better than the other. It's based on how many points you won or lost by total across the entirety of your tournament game. So the tiebreaker being what we call spread. If you won your games by more than another person that won the same amount of games as you, you are doing better than them. So with that being said, maximizing your spread in an end game can actually be very important in certain contexts, tournament contexts, but in a head-to-head match, it is not as important. But what is important is practicing end games. It's the part of Scrabble that's the closest to chess, where you have perfect information and you just want to find the optimal sequence. And sometimes it can also mean winning the game versus losing it. So that is why we're seeing players take maybe longer than you might expect in a foregone conclusion of a game.
I think Will right there points immediately at the double letter score behind Pygmalion. Like, I'm not 100% sure if this takes an S or not. Does it? Do you know? And that's always scary, but it does not take the S, Pygmalion, an adjective. And that's going to be it for this one. So the final score, 524 for Will Anderson, 384 for Wellington Jighere. And Wellington will pull ahead Will pull ahead 3-2 in this best of 7. So winning game 6 or 7, all it takes now for Will, although I'm having shades of the 2023 World Championship where we saw Harshan pull ahead 3-2 on David Eldar, only for David Eldar to win that crucial all-timer game 6 and then game 7 as well to round the thing out. We're going to cut away from the board for just a minute, let these guys get the tiles back in the bag, but they are not taking a break. They're not stepping away. They're not eating dinner. And guess what? Neither are you, because we've got game 6 coming up. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be dicey. Josh, I think one decision in that last game for Wellington, the very first turn, AADEOTV, and Will has just exchanged 2.
Yeah,
Perhaps.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, perhaps
I
you
agree
don't
with
want
what
to
you're
play
about
all,
to say.
You don't want to play ovated and open the double and give all the opportunities, the high-scoring bingos. This is something we missed over the board because we were talking about other stuff and really dissecting that exchange. But I saw it come up in chat. I want to make sure I give credit to the right person. I think Sam Rosen, the first
Sam
one to bring it up.
Yeah.
But great point by Sam. And I think we've seen Wellington put the time pressure on consistently this set and just play very fast in general. And I think it got to Will in game 4. But perhaps a little blunder there, a little bit left on the table, or something I think we would have liked to see at least more time spent on there. So maybe a little great point by Sam. And in hindsight, I think all 3 of us on board with playing smaller there instead. Just play OVA, hold date, take away opportunities from the opponent who clearly is fishing for something. But yeah, otherwise a great game. We've had now 3 back-to-back-to-back that at least had some life to them after the first 2, though this one got out of hand rather quick. Great find from Will, Toxicant in like 1 second. Certain Wellington would probably also see Toxicant in 1 second. But again, these guys are machines, both of them. There's a reason they're both top 5 in the world, and it's been fun to watch. Since we're here, we've got the link down below, letsplayscrabble.com. Check that out. Hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on this video before we show what I hope is not, but what could be the final game in this best of 7. A Will victory here would put it away. A Wellington victory would give us a winner-takes-all game 7, and I love winner-take-all game 7s. But we'll see. I just hope for a good game of Scrabble.
We're at 200 likes, aren't we? You guys are doing awesome. Keep it up.
That was the challenge. That was the ambitious challenge, and we did it. Great job, audience. Thanks to everybody who's been tagging along today, jumping in and out. Especially huge thank you to those who are sharing this link on your social media handles, because the more we get this link out there and the more people who stumble in, hey, maybe the more Scrabble players we have in 2027 or 2030. And I would love to see Scrabble huge in 2027 and in 2030. I think we all agree this game is awesome, endlessly complex, fascinating, and just helps you meet the most interesting people in the world. So yeah, I love Scrabble. I love Scrabble, and I'm glad you are all here watching it with me today. And I hope that you all stay here and continue watching it with me Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday on Let's Play Scrabble.
Let's go. So much Scrabble.
Let's go watch some Scrabble. Let's do it. All right, the players are back over the board. Game 6 underway. Wellington to go first in the game that he must win. I'm sure he's happy to have that advantage. Let's get things underway.
I'm sure he's totally unfazed. But yeah, let's get those scores reset, clocks reset, boards reset. By the way, you guys are allowed to eat while we're doing this. I don't know what you were talking about, Matt. People can
don't go get your dinner, but if you call Uber Eats to the door and stay glued to your TV, I will accept that. Fine, you can acquire substance, but oh my god, I, and then a blank. Sorry, that's distracting.
Whoa. Very quick Ixia, I guess.
Yeah. When he picked up a title instantly, I didn't see the 7th, and I thought he drew bingo, and I'm like, what is it? Biryani? But yeah, it's just an Ixia almost immediately. Standard for Wellington, 22 points, and he's got to be happy to hold on to that blank here as well.
I'm not sure you play it there. I mean, this does what we say to do on an opening play. Don't put any vowels next to those light blue double letter scores. But by extending the play of Ixia up to all the way up to the right, where Will can now hook an S onto it, score well, play a double through that A, it's possible it was maybe slightly better to put the second I on the star. But this is not a huge deal. We're always wondering with these plays how many millipoints we can extract from the position, and in a 20-minute per side match, it's not worth thinking about, which is exactly what we saw. And Hogan does a full overlap of Ixia, comes down. Very nice play by Will.
I love full overlaps. They're always just so defensive, and except in the rare instances where they're not. But yeah, there were smaller options here. Will can play HOA on top in the same spot, hold AEGN, but Will's doing what I think we've seen both of these players rather consistently do, prefer to play a little bit longer than keep these intermediate leaves that are bingo or die, such as AEGN. So I like this play from Will. Hogan, going to put him slightly ahead, 30-22. Really hurts Wellington quite a bit, who was looking at some good plays. I don't even know if he's got a bingo now.
He does not,
no.
Yeah, Hogan.
Wow.
The problem, and we might see this with Hogan, is I think now Wellington is just going to underlap, play something like Todd underneath. And if Will hadn't drawn that S, it's just hard to imagine anything happening on this board. Hit takes a couple of hooks, a W hook for wit, C hook for chit, and the S hook, of course. But yeah, after this play of Todd, there's not much going on. So I think we're eventually going to see some play that blows the left side of the board open.
Yeah, we've seen these two get down in the trenches before, just some tight, mucked up boards and kind of a game of chicken. Who's going to open it up first? And we're seeing the same thing here. Sorry, let me get the score bug updated real quick. It's so hard in 30 or 20-minute games. But yeah, Todd for Wellington puts him back up 49-30, and Will AEKMSTU got to decide: am I opening the board? And if I am opening the board, how am I opening the board? Will's got to feel decent about his position. He's got the S to unlock the right side for Hogan's, and he's got the S for hits or shit. So he's got the letter he needs to open up this board. There's a chance Wellington doesn't, which puts him in the driver. But then what do you do if you don't open the board? I don't know. There's KUTAS and Hogan's for 31. Makes is 35, but holds a U. SUK and Hogan's if you want to keep things pretty tight. AUK and AN above Hogan sets up your S. Josh, figure this turn out because it's too hard for me to do it.
So this is a very instructional position, Matt. And this is a lot of math involved in this position. The number one thing to consider is that you have an S and your opponent might not have an S. And if that's the case, there's a significant amount of the time where if you play AUK, you can even put that on the board, putting the A on top of the N of Hogan and setting up your S on that far right triple lane. If you draw into a bingo, Wellington doesn't block, you're taking a huge lead in this game. And the likelihood is if you draw into a bingo, it's going to play in multiple spots. So there's a huge upside to making a play like Auk, but you have to think about, well, what is the downside? What if I'm giving Wellington a huge play? And it turns out, I think, in most of these positions, early positions, that the aggression is merited. The aggression is worthwhile. You might get burned for it, but I think it's a very tough, double-edged choice, but engine analysis really, really likes plays like Auk. But as you mentioned, the play of SUK, I'm not a huge non-fan of that play. That's a double negative for you guys. Or not quite, but yeah, SUK.
I'll talk on the merits here for a second. Just run a simulation.
Talk about it. This is a U type of play.
Wellington averages just 28 points per turn with a random rack after Shook, whereas every other option, he averages at least 35. It is so defensive. And if Wellington does not have either a bingo right here or an S or something, maybe a W or a C to hit there is just nothing he can do. So it is so defensive. But you also give up your S, which is your key to unlocking the board, which is so challenging. There's another kind of split the difference option. Mutase plays right here. Holds a K, sets up a ton of scoring opportunities down here, maybe here. Gives up the S as well. This turn is so challenging. There are a number of different approaches Will can take for his long-term plan, and I have no idea which one nets him the most points. I love plays like Shook because they break my opponent's brain and induce mistakes, but Wellington's not the type to make a lot of mistakes. You can muck up the board on him, he won't be phased. I don't know what to do here. This is so hard.
I know what to do here, and it's unfortunate, but Will has already used 5 minutes. This is his second turn. So if he doesn't make a decision here, all right, he's going to play games. I really don't. I feel like you're just losing the race when you make a play like that. Like you're giving up pretty much all of your good letters just to score a lot immediately. I don't know. A lot of opening phases of Scrabble games are one player trying to get a 7 or 8 letter word before their opponent, and then just trying to maintain their lead by scoring. And I feel like this play
I love Will. He's a great guy. He contributes a lot to the game, but this is a big mistake, I think. This Sim's 14 points down. I think you're giving up a ton. I think, yeah, like Josh, you're saying, you're messing up the pacing of the game. You're just kind of giving up. Man, this is why you close the board on players, because people make weird decisions like this that just can't be good. And Will, I think, wisely closed the board, but then kind of fell into his own trap. This is one you definitely want to go back and think about afterwards. I do not like this play. Oh, okay. Back to it. Wellington, the Q and the blank. He's got QI and KI. It's so hard to make a play like that because you get smashed by counters. And so I agree with what Wellington's doing. I think it's hard to give up on QI, but it's also hard to give up that enormous spot on a tight board. Oh, man, that is a challenging turn. And Wellington just played it really fast. Josh, do you have a quick thought before we move back to Will?
I like it. I mean, score points. I mean, he's going to get killed here by Buffet.
Oh, my God.
But yeah, I like this play because Weiler, I don't know if you realize this, takes an Eviler. And so look at that.
Yeah.
Now there's this bizarre hook on the board. Maybe Will's going to miss it, but even if he doesn't, you're opening 2 spots for yourself. So yeah, this is not working out immediately for Wellington, but I think taking the points were definitely merited there. If you play QI and Will hits the 1 spot you opened, what are you going to do next?
Yeah, QI and then get stacked is a recipe to just lose the game. But you do have a blank. I don't know. That turn was so hard, and I will never know what the correct answer is. This one, I think, is a little bit more straightforward. You either play cheese and shit or cheese and hits. Just depends on if you want to keep the top hook open or open up different stuff on the bottom. I believe like shite is now an option as well. So I think Wellington just trying to keep the board as alive as possible. Hit this bingo next turn. And he's going to hit Eviler bingos a lot after this if Will doesn't draw an E here. It's a big draw for Will. He's going to need that E to take away this spot, or Wellington's likely to crush him next turn.
Was Buffet 69 points?
It was 70 points.
70 points. And up top was
Buffet for 70.
Was 65 or something. I just wonder if Will has spotted Eviler. I don't know that it's going to matter. I think his play was correct. And, oh, wow, look at that draw for Welly. But if Will doesn't draw an E and Wellington uses the Eviler spot, I mean, there's nothing Will can do about it. So this is turning out to be a very, very lopsided or unbalanced game in terms of what's going on. Like, Will, I don't know. There's just so much weird stuff going on. I don't know if you get what I mean, but like, yeah, Weiler, what a crazy dynamic move that was.
Weiler, I'm going to open up 2 spots for us to score a ton. Okay, you score 70 in this one, and then I draw the Q and a bunch of vowels and can't do anything, and then you draw absolute garbage, and then I draw 6 vowels. Like, that's kind of not the sequence of events we were expecting after that, but what a weird set of draws for both players. UWY for Will, but then the CHR to go with it, and then AEIIU for Wellington, but then the blank to make it okay, actually. Like, things are weird right now, and both players have hard decisions. Let's focus on Will's. I think YUCH alongside Buffet has to be the play here and just kind of work through the dreck, score some points when there are no other opportunities. But assuming he sees Eviler, you have to be very sad to leave that open, but you can't do anything else.
Yeah, I assume Will has spotted this Eviler hook by his facial expression. He's just like, well, I don't have an E. What am I going to do? He can draw some words on the right side, making like HO next turn if the Eviler spot is taken. But now look at Wellington's position. I mean, he's going to make a quick decision, but he definitely can't be happy about this position where he just can't do anything. He has to exchange pretty much. He could play he could play QUAI. I mean, that's better.
You need 4 points. I think you play QUAI. EEI blank is actually kind of reasonable with the Eviler spot available. QUAI just keeps things dynamic. I think you play. I think you score 13. I think you try to draw at least 2 consonants next turn.
And I guess we're gonna see like next turn if Will has spotted the E hook, because he has a number of plays making Eviler. Dozer, I think, would be the highest scoring. But yeah, I mean, well, he's decided to exchange. He doesn't like the vowels. I think, yeah, maybe he should have played QUAI. There are still a lot of vowels to come, but I don't know. Maybe he's sort of banking on the idea that Eviler is going to stay open for him, so he doesn't want to open anything new for Will. But yeah, this is the clutch moment. I guess the very, very important turn of the game right now, to see if Will has spotted this sneaky E hook on the top of the board.
Yeah, if Will doesn't see Eviler, then I think his best play is Zori to the INGs for like 23, and that's a terrible play. And there's like nothing else available if you don't spot that hook. The fact that he hasn't insta-played Dozer shouldn't be concerning to me yet, because Rez is also a really good option in that spot. Just REZ and Eviler and keep things tight. Dozer gives bingo opportunities back. So I think that's probably what we're seeing him deliberate about. Eviler is hard to spot, but like that comes up in Scrabble often, Vile to Viler to Eviler. Like Will's seen it 100 times before, or at least 10 times before, though everybody misses stuff every once in a while, unless their name is Nigel Richards.
Yeah, I'm getting concerned. You know, the Will has said this when he commentates. The longer Will is taking on this turn, the more concerned I grow for whether he has spotted this. What's very interesting about high-level play is it's very predictable in comparison with lower-level Scrabble play. Everybody plays along similar lines in many positions, and it's very rare that you'll see someone make a play such as Viler that just opens up so much. And yeah, we're seeing, oh my God, okay. Welly
Josh, you
now
may have
has...
that.
I'm sorry, but like now, wow. Welly is probably, if he sees Eviler, he's just like, okay, that spot is mine. This is a huge blow to Will's winning chances here. This is the biggest mistake I think we've seen in the entire series.
No, I don't think you can play Olio.
No.
I think you have to leave it there. You have to hope he doesn't see it. He's just played an E and shown you that he doesn't see the word. Oh, Will starts laughing too. Okay. I mean, they're having a good sense of humor. If you're Wellington, you cannot play there. Will didn't see it. You have to bank that he's not gonna see it. I think.
That's so merciful. That's the word I'm looking for, Wellington. Don't you want to? This, like, wow. I'm so surprised by that. Maybe, I mean, every turn there's a chance that Will spots it, and every turn there's a good chance Will has an E. So I guess I understand, but I don't know. That felt so hasty
right now. That's a really hasty, tilt-inducing decision. But Louis beneath Ower holding E blank when there's a 90-point line at the top of the board that your opponent does not see. I think that was rushed for sure. I don't know that you can do that. Though Will really has to shake off that tilt. He knows he's made a blunder in front of everybody. You just got to stay focused and make the right play, as Wellington preached to us last game. Focus on this rack and this turn and don't think about the rest. This is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like the upside is so high for just letting it stay there another turn. Just one more turn, Wellington. And then, like, if you bingo there, it feels so much worse, right? Like, Wellington scored 24 points in that spot. Like 80 Will would have been on the floor. It's like, anyways, Will has drawn a blank for his sorrows. And Wellington, I think he still doesn't have anything. He's had that blank how many times?
He drew the blank on the first rack, and he has not been able to bingo with it yet. He has drawn abysmally this game.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, Aggie is great. It scores well, and puts Wellington in a decent position. But this game is way closer, I think, than it should be. Will should be well ahead at this point. So that's got to hurt. But he has to shake it off. He's also low on the clock. still like almost half of the game to be played. He's got to.
Yeah, Will's got to hope he gets a couple easy decisions to make in these next few turns. And yet there's not one here. Zed is your equity play at the very top, making OD, but that just makes sure that the top left of this board gets hit in a way that Will doesn't want to see. You don't want to open up anything in the top left side of this board. And right now, the way the board is starting to get shaped, we're not getting up there. It's going to take a very difficult to fit play to get there. There's going to have to be a weird play to a B to get out there. And if you just play ZED in this spot, like, okay, well, with ZE being the word everything and its mom, all plays right here. So maybe you want to think about playing Zest and Bronze and keep things tight. I don't know. This turn is also hard for Will in terms of what he wants to do to control this board. Josh, what do you think here? Whoa.
Actually, I'm not that's an okay play, honestly. But yeah, maybe, I think Zed is much better. But I think
whether you play Zed or says you don't show Wellington that you have an S and then
no,
play Zed.
I like it. I like showing Wellington. You got to counter the tilt. I like it. Wellington's gonna be like, oh no, he's got some good stuff. I thought I had the blank, but I like it. But anyways, Wellington's just gonna bingo. It doesn't matter. And if Will draws a couple vowels. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay.
God, Will, what a draw. Okay. Geez. So Wellington, that blank is a T, Tuilye, the word for Wellington. I did not even think there was a bingo there. And then whatever that is came down. It is a verb meaning to struggle or brawl. And that's going to catch Wellington up and in fact put him in the put him in the lead just momentarily. He goes ahead 252 to 235, but Will, with an embarrassment of riches on his rack, he's shown that he has the S for Brond. He also has the E for Brond, Bronde, assuming he sees this E hook. And just a ton of options here for Will, although there's not the killer massive underlap between Twilye that looks like it should be there. And with so many options available, Will really wants, I think, to sit here and take his time and make sure there's not a devastating overlap. But Will also has 6 minutes in what's looking like it's going to be a tight game. This is so dicey. Does he play fast? Does he rush this turn? Does he look for the 80-point killer? How much time can he afford to continue wasting here? Oh my goodness. This could be a really good game for us after all.
Yeah, this is crazy. So I don't know. This is exactly. I obviously I'm very I'm sad for Will a little bit in this game, but it's made him missing that E-hook has made this game so interesting. Will's still in the lead. He's still gonna be taking a nice advantage, but the time situation is tough. Wellington has all of the tricks in the book to come back from this deficit, and he's got the skills as well.
I do not know who's going to win this game, but if Wellington comes back and wins game 6 and 7 and wins this series, that's going to be one for the ages after just the ridiculously bad combinations he has had turn after turn, after his inability to bingo into like IT blank on the first turn for 6 turns. If he's able to hold on and steer the ship to a victory here, that'd be incredible.
All right, under 5 minutes for Will. Wellington still with over 13 of his 20 minutes. So Will's going to play Sterain. This makes perfect sense. It's one of his best options. He wanted something a bit better. Actually reminds me of that very early position in game 1 where Will played Eatery. Kind of just looked like he might have something better than that, but yeah. He has the embarrassment of riches, and the riches aren't going to score him that much. But he's taking
with the knowledge that
58-point
Braun
lead.
takes. Yeah, with the knowledge that Braun takes both a back E and a back S, this is the best bingo. You don't want to play something like Absentee or Selenate to the E and Aggie. You want to make sure Braun goes away. I think that's easily the best spot. And Wellington now needs to try to keep himself alive in this game. His highest scoring play is Moolvi, to the I and Aggie for 34. Gives back a ton on the bottom, and it's really hard to spot. So I don't know if he's seen it and is opting to pass it up, or if he hasn't seen it, but Moyl looks like it's going to be the play for Wellington up top. 30 points, AOSV the leave. And Will, looking to hold on to this lead and guide the ship to a victory here, has found 3 A's, an E, and an O, along with a C and an R. Highest scoring play for Will is CAAED, to the D in bronze, but that opens the board, and I know Will loves to play a great controlled board brand of Scrabble, especially when he's ahead. That's a play that's got to be hard for him to make, but I'm not seeing many other great options for him here, and this turn is going to be really important. Josh, what do you see?
Yeah, I'm surprised by the play of Moyle. I know that Wellington is just trying to put the time pressure on. I think he would have played Mulvey if he'd seen it. But this play is a good exploitative play. It takes away a scoring spot, makes Will have to make potentially tougher decisions after the play of Moolvi. Will's decision is easy. He plays something on that bottom triple. So yeah, this is tough for Wellington. Coarb, nerves of steel to make that play in such a situation. Looks great to me, but yeah, Wellington still has some chances. There's still some life to this board.
I've said this before on stream, and I'll say it again because it's such an important fact for players to know. But more words begin with the letter C than any word in the alphabet except S. And so putting a C right there has to be very hard for Will to do. But backed into a time corner, he just had to make this play. He had to score some points and progress the game. And this is going to be so challenging now. A dynamic bingo line going to sit here for the rest of the game. Wellington has the option to play a vow in this spot right here and set up his S for another enormous bingo line. And if you're Wellington, down about a bingo, and you need to pull something out quick to win this game, there's no better way to do it than to have not one, but 2 incredible bingo lines for yourself. And Will's now allowed that to happen because he's backed into this time corner. Things are getting very spicy here. I think a vow is the best play for Wellington, but I'm trying to figure out, and he's probably trying to figure out as well, if there's any landmines he needs to dodge in that unseen pool. He's probably not eager to hold an N with 2 more to draw, but just the way it shapes the board and sets up his case S, a vow looks awesome to me. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I agree. I'm not entirely sure if he hasn't seen it yet. It does everything you want to do, and there's space on the board to play letter words, like you said. The C, second best letter to start 7 and 8 letter words, goes decently with the P as well. I feel like this is a weird position to think in. I don't know. I feel like if he's spotted a vow, he wants to go with his plan. Will has 3 minutes left. He's going to be freaking out. There's no way Will has an S. Wellington has the last S of the game. So I'm kind of confused here. He's checking. He's checking to see how many tiles are left. And this is obviously an important turn, but I feel like the play of a vow is just so powerful. What else could there possibly be?
Potentially, he's also thinking about like a vow in this spot to set this line up. The way the V gets placed right here makes it almost impossible for Will to block except to make his own play here. That would still preserve this line. So maybe he's looking at other ways to do it, but I just think a vow right here is easily the best way for Wellington to give him shops down the road. Looks like he's set up WOP. I'm looking if there's somewhere he can play those tiles for a substantial score. I guess just WHA and WOP, but it doesn't do the same thing. You'd love to go 1 tile further down and set this lineup.
Yeah, maybe one thing that Wellington's thinking about is there aren't that many vowels left, and the play of Carb maybe signals to him that Will has at least a couple more. So he might not want to, or he might not be thinking about intuitively getting rid of both of his vowels. But Yeah, I hope at some point he's going to spot this play, but he doesn't seem to be seeing it. Okay, I think this is a huge missed opportunity for Wellington.
Yeah, now instead of looking for sevens ending in an S, he needs to draw an 8 ending in an E, assuming the C gets covered, or he needs to draw an 8 in this line, assuming the E gets covered. Will probably needs to cover at least one of these lines. He loses to almost any bingo in this circumstance because WAP put on such great scoring pressure. But can he even effectively block either one without opening more back up? Is he going to score enough if he opts to do that? Will now
Okay, the clock
has a
has
really
been
hard
hit.
turn to make.
Sorry,
Yeah.
the clock had been hit. Wellington hadn't actually decided on that. Again, I feel like he intuitively felt like there was something that he was missing, but he looked and just. I'm very curious to. I'm almost certain that he's missed a vow. Will has
Sometimes those spidey
Andante.
senses go off.
Oh,
And
that's
he's
not
just
the
drawn the
draw.
worst combination too. But Will can't know that. And, you know, from
Will
Will's
has to block
perspective,
something.
I think he has to block something. Yeah.
But how?
What does he block and how does he do that? And there may be opportunities as well, like with JVU unseen and a strong inference that those were not on Wellington's rack last turn. Like if he plays long, or if Wellington bingos but then draws JUV, Will might just beat him in the end game anyway. Maybe he doesn't lose to every bingo every time. This is really hard for Will and really unfortunate for Wellington because we know nobody's home and nobody's close to home. But I think Wellington's going to get one more play to try to draw one of these big bingos.
Yeah, it feels like here, Will being up 36 points, that he's not really likely to be able to withstand a bingo score. But he might be trying to consider that possibility because sometimes the best defense is offense. And if you can score enough points to withstand the threats your opponent has, it could be worth doing. But this is 1.5 minutes left. So I'm worried, like, okay, maybe he'll play 6 tiles off and only give Wellington the chance to play off 1. Maybe he'll play tanned. Yeah, that's you're pointing at.
I think tanned or add Nate probably the move. I'd play tanned to try to hold a vowel and give me flexibility in case I get the nightmare draw. But I think just play 6, give Wellington one chance to make one tile fish. Do it now or you can't do it at all is the approach Will's got to take.
But I don't know. I feel like just some play through the C like feels very good here. But yeah, maybe it's just not there. And yeah, maybe drawing the J here is going to allow Will to outscore a bingo from Wellington, but probably not a bingo from the C. So Wellington's going to have to play off his V here, right? Or actually,
Net.
No, he has 8 minutes to think about this. Well, net takes an E, right?
Does net take an E in Collins?
I should know this.
Net.
Yeah.
Net takes a back E, so you can't do that. Can't play ant, can't play tat.
What about the problem here is Wellington basically needs to draw something in 2 spots because he can only play 1 tile, and Will's going to know exactly what he has and should be able to block whatever is being set up. Can't play Tav, that sets up an A. Yeah, is there a possibility of drawing something in 2 spots? Yes, if he plays off the V and draws the E, there's Transect, Trinects, and Ratten's Natters. So
if he
does
plays
that
Tav,
score enough?
If he plays Tav, A and E both bingo, Transect, and Tartans or Transect, Natters or Transect, both the A or the E draw would do it for him. Of course, we know that J is in the bag, which is going to add insult to injury. It's not enough,
is it? It's 55. Japer is 49. But if Will doesn't have the A or the E, there's no Japer. So maybe this wins with the A? This could win with the A. I think this probably wins with an A. I mean, we need help with the engine.
Oh, Tava is a word in Colin.
Yeah.
So Tava and job and game over. Yeah. So Tava, I don't know. This game's just done. I think there's nothing Will can do or Wellington can do. This is why it was so important for Will to play 6 tiles last turn. Wellington, you get 1 draw, and I know what your rack is. I can make a perfect informed decision.
I'm pretty sure this is the 1 and 8. I'm pretty sure if Wellington draws the A. What's funny is that the A was the only tile Will actually had on his play of Tand, which is just so unfortunate. But if Wellington draws into Tartans and Transact, I don't know that Will would have enough, but it's not going to happen. I think Will's winning this series.
Yeah, Tav looks like a 1 and 8. If the A is in the bag, that is the only path to victory here for Wellington. And so often Scrabble comes down to these 1 and 8, 2 and 8, or on the other end 6 and 8 or 7 and 8 chances, and you just have to get as many of the 8s as possible and hope that it worked out. Yeah, so let's see. After Tav, Will has no wins. Yeah, so assuming there's an A in the bag, this is the only shot Wellington has. And he had 8 minutes to figure it out. Of course, he's figured it out in under 3, as Wellington does. And he's going to take the rest of this time and just see if there's anything else. But I don't see it. And if it is, this is going to be one for the ages.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, kudos, though. I mean, Wellington does have a chance here. It's just a very, very slim one. And yeah, maybe Tand was correct. What's crazy is what's in the bag, but the J.
And Wellington laughs. It's just been one of those days for him. A number of really obnoxious draws for Wellington. Will has played very well today, but not in this one. And he's got to feel a little bit awkward about winning it in this way. But also, you take anything you can get. And Wellington left a bingo on the table in game 1. Definitely a few decisions that could have been changed by both of these guys. I think either one of them could have taken this best of 7, but Will, I think, definitely on the better end of the tiles here, and is going to go home with the $250 in 6 games. We are going to interview the players afterwards, so again, fire up your questions. I'm going to do my best to read some of these to the guys. I'll try to be a good sport about everything, so I don't like to ask about, missed bingos necessarily, but the fun, important decisions for sure. And before we get to the interview, there's a lot of thanking we have to do and announcements we have to make. Tomorrow, Albany tournament begins at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. That's when we'll begin our coverage of round 1, 11:30 Eastern, 8:30 Pacific Coast. And I'll let you do your time zone conversion from there. Make sure you like this video, bump us up that algorithm, subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble. That's where the rest of this is going to be. And big, fat kudos to Will Anderson surviving a really insane set of games against a really awesome player in Wellington. Hats off to both of them for an incredible series. But Will going to take this one 4 games to 2. We'll let them have their little chat, and then they'll get the headsets on. And I'll be looking over at the YouTube chat for questions to ask these guys. But this has been fun, real fun.
Yeah, wow. Congrats to both players. And I mean, obviously, yeah, more congrats to Will for winning. It could have gone either way. An amazing series. But yeah, prepare those questions, guys. I'm sure these players have a lot to say about, especially this last game.
Yeah, games 3, 4, and 5 were all just full of nutso decisions, and 6, some nutso decisions for both of them. That's why we're here, to watch the greats struggle with difficult turn after difficult turn after difficult turn. I definitely want to ask about a vow at the end of the game. I think that's one of them. Viler versus QI. I don't think there's much to ask. KAMES was weird. We'll talk about that one too. But here are the players. Will, Wellington, thank you for an awesome set, although we're a little disappointed it couldn't go to a game 7. We've really enjoyed what we were able to soak up so far, have had amazing viewership on the stream as well. I think we want to start with Will. And I think the one question we want to ask you is tell us about the emotional roller coaster of the play Olio.
Yeah, so it's so funny too because Buffet is probably better in the spot where I played it just because it's so many dang points. I don't know how many it is with hooking Eviler, but I got really lucky there that I don't think I at no point was I considering that hook. I feel like that's something I've struggled with is hooks of front hooks on words with a V that change the meaning a lot, or back hooks. I've missed veto before on vet, so I got to study up with the V. So I knew as soon as Wellington played Olio that win or lose in this game, I would be the player to have made the biggest mistake in the series. And it takes the shine a little bit out of a victory here because you didn't quite earn it all the way, but I guess that's Scrabble sometimes. I mean, I'm just really fortunate that Wellington didn't have a bigger play than Olio and that he was struggling for as long as he was. So, yes, we're happy when we win as Scrabble players, but I think we would even prefer to play our absolute best. And clearly, it's a little disappointment for me that I clearly didn't do that here.
It's one turn, and I love that it highlights everybody's human. Everybody has these little moments. Even the very best players up there do it time and time again. We're all human, aside from maybe the one machine out there, Nigel Richards. But that was really exciting. And Wellington, I guess before I ask you this question, I want to ask Will one. Will, when do you think Wellington picked up the blank that he used to bingo in this game?
Well, it's unfortunate because in the brief conversation that we had, he actually told me that he had it from the get-go in this game. Had he not told me that, I'll pretend that he didn't say that to me, and my answer would be I would have assumed that he drew it after Aggie. So, he's played 5 tiles, maybe on, Viler the turn before. He just drew a bunch of G's or something. So I would never have guessed that he had it from the beginning of the game. So again, a huge stroke of luck for me that he couldn't get that bingo down earlier. And even more so that, again, he could have had it a couple turns, previously with that Olio move, which would have been devastating at that point. So a huge stroke of luck for me all around.
Yeah, and Wellington, we talked about a series of unfortunate draws the last time I had to interview you, and I feel bad having to ask again. But I mean, how do you possibly stay calm and composed and nearly win this game at the end anyway? You still had a 1-8 shot after Tav, after all of that.
Yeah. Well, basically, like I keep saying, uh, I don't believe Scrabble is about playing to win. I don't look at the outcome of the game at the end of the day. I keep my focus is always on the current move, making the best of this move. So if I'm convinced that I made the best of each move that I had, whether or not it ended up in winning or losing, I'm pretty good with myself. And sometimes, like Will also hinted at earlier on, you could actually still win a game and still feel that you didn't give your best. But I think he shouldn't take it the way he's taking it. He has. It was just an oversight on his part. Other than that, I think he played very, very, very fantastically, and he deserves the win. He was a better player for the day.
It was a great set to watch from both of y'all. And for our folks at home, this is not the end. Wellington is going to be playing in this tight Albany field all weekend. We're going to have the coverage the whole way through. It's going to be awesome. So, there's plenty more high-level Scrabble to see. I've never seen someone slog through a blank on their rack, the inability to bingo for as long as you did there. That was incredible and very challenging. Wellington, we have a question from our gallery. You're already here in the States. Are you playing the rest of the big tournaments in North America the month of July?
I'm going to try the best that I can to play all the tournaments in the month of July, and I will play as much of them as possible. But I'm definitely playing World Cup and maybe SPC. Depends on. I think I'll play both. I'll play all.
So Wellington, we would love if we're able to see a lot more of you. All these tournaments we have live streamed. It's always such a treat to watch you play and see the tactical decisions. So I think chat will be very excited to hear that Wellington is playing the World Cup and probably the SPC as well. Plenty more Wellington on stream. We do want to give one final word to our sponsors. NASPA puts together this event today, the North American Scrabble Players Association. They are also putting together the SPC. And Wellington saying, yeah, I think I'll play that one. You should too. Again, today is the last day to sign up. So get that done ASAP. Huge thanks to NASPA for providing what they've provided to put this stream together. Huge thank you to Will and Wellington both for putting your skills on display all day today. And we look forward to a lot more of that. Major thank you to Josh Greenway, the brains behind this whole operation. What he does to bring streaming to Scrabble is so important, and he makes it so easy for everybody. It's incredible. So thanks to everybody. And of course, thanks to everybody who watched Scrabble on the internet today, who shared it around. And I know all of you are going to tune in Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to watch plenty more of this. Josh, you have any questions for these two before we set them free for the night?
Yeah, you guys can't leave. I have like 20 questions written down here. No, I'm just kidding. Just a general question. We'll start with Will and then Wellington. What are your future plans for the game of Scrabble for you personally? What's next on your bucket list, I guess?
Who's taking that first? Should I jump in there?
Yeah.
So I feel like we have some pretty good momentum going in Scrabble. I'm not sure how many people were tuning in from my channel, but for those that were, definitely really appreciate anybody that's come over to watch me compete. And still feel a little bit of a sting that I made such a big blunder in this game, but overall I can't be too down. But just a big thank you to all those people. I'm going to continue to make lots of good YouTube content. It's going to be a huge month of July, as Matt alluded to, so I'll have no shortage of stuff to do there. But again, just reiterating, if you enjoyed this stream, really easy way to show your thanks is to click some buttons there under the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel, liking, subscribing, all of that stuff. That is what sustains us. That's really, sustaining that positive momentum right now. So for me, still going to crank out that YouTube content, maybe going to put in a little more time over the board, see if I can knock some more rust off. Overall, can't complain too much. So yeah, a little bit of both, hoping to get back to the board a bit and keeping that content churning out. So I'll throw it over to Wellington now.
Well, talking about future plans, I believe the best thing left for me is to just enroll under the Will Anderson School of Scrabble Streaming. So once I think it's something that I'm quite passionate about, and I'll probably try the best that I can with the time that I have in the States here to see how I can get on board and get things rolling. Yeah, so that is basically it for me. I'm more or less moving from playing to promoting, streaming, whatever it is I can do. That is why I said earlier on that if I was given the chance to either commentate on SPC or play, I think I might choose to commentate and just be behind the scene. That is something that I'm actually very passionate about now. But the one that I know for sure that I would very much want to play is the World Cup. So for now, I can still. But like you said, I have till today to make up my mind, and I'll choose what I want to do.
Well, that is very interesting to hear. Wellington would like to do commentary on the SPC. That ooh. Okay.
He did it last year, and
work.
It was great. He did it last year.
Incredible last year. I didn't know that was on the table. Okay, well, with that, I've got some stuff to think about. I'm going to let these two step away from the board, stretch their legs, go explore Albany, which is so nice this time of year. Will, Wellington, one more time, thanks to both of you. Congratulations to Will, and we look forward to seeing all that y'all are going to do with Scrabble in the near
Thank you
future.
very
Thank
much.
you,
Thank you
thank
very
you,
much.
and good night.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Matt.
good
Thanks,
night.
Josh.
And with that, we're going to wind down our coverage of this event. We are not done. We have this entire American holiday weekend, July 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, 4 more days of Scrabble from Albany, New York. The main event begins at 11:30 Eastern time tomorrow, and I know you're going to be there with us. Josh, any final words of wisdom to our audience before we wind down for today?
I mean, don't you guys feel like you have both blanks right now? Like, aren't we so lucky to have the likes of Will, Wellington, you, Josh Greenway, and all these super enthusiastic viewers sharing love for the game of Scrabble? That's my final thoughts. I'm really I feel really lucky to be living in this time where there's so much potential for our beautiful game. A little bit cushy there, but that's how I feel.
Like, somebody asked me at the Niagara Falls event, how are you doing? And I'm like, I'm playing my favorite board game in Niagara Falls. Like, I'm doing awesome, objectively speaking. And the fact that now we have high level content on the internet, Wellington wants to make content, Will's going to make more content, Josh makes content, Matt makes content, Josh streams everything and does a better job every single time. Like, it is an awesome time for Scrabble. It's an awesome time to be a Scrabble player and a Scrabble fan. And I can't wait to see what the future holds. With that, let's cut the stream for today. I will see everybody at 11:30 a.m. tomorrow for the main event. Until then, take care and adios.